Alright. So, as we get into the stream tonight, as we get things started... ooh, that is loud. Hopefully it's not too loud for you all. As we get things started tonight, I am fully prepared for this to be like a super long stream. Like, if we go for 4 hours, I will in no way be surprised. You know, I'd prefer to do under that. But I am fully prepped to do 4 hours. We are here in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We're going to be doing some shiny hunting. So way back in like February, March, for the anniversary of the game, there was a whole thing where they did a bunch of shiny outbreak events. They're all based around red, white, and blue. And so the one we're doing today is we need Poliwags. We're going to Kitakami. We need Poliwags. We need Sewaddle. What's Leavanny? Sewaddle. I can't remember what the guy's called. The little guy. And then we need Applin. Yeah, that guy. Leavan? I don't remember what it's called. But we have a lot of shinies we need. Because my goal is to, you know, get all of them. Get all the evolutions. So, for Poliwag, we need a Poliwag, a Poliwhirl, Politoed, and Poliwrath. So we need 4 Poliwags. We need 3 of the Leavannies. Leavanny, Sewaddle, and whatever the second one is. And then for Applin, we need Applin, Flapple, Appleton, Driplin, and Hydrapple. So we need 5 of them. So in total, that is what? 5, 9... That's 12? We need to find 12 shinies. If I had to guess, that's going to take us, you know, a full 4 hours. If it takes us less than 4 hours, okay, cool. But I am fully prepared for this to take us 4 hours. You know what we do need to do, though? These guys. I've been waiting for it to rain in game all week because of these shinies. We needed to evolve. So Sliggoo or Goodra only evolves into Goodra in the rain, and I have been waiting for it to rain in game all week. Because, you know, we got these guys. So we got both the normal and the Galarian. Now, we do need to hunt some more, because I only have these 2. We do need to hunt some more of these, because these are also one of the events. So maybe next week we'll go out and hunt some of these guys, because I need a Goomy, I need a Sliggoo. Right, I need some of the other forms. So maybe next week we'll go and hunt those guys. At least that's my plan at the moment. Let's just put them in my numerical decks. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so back on track. And hey, just as that the rain clears up. So tonight, we have a lot to talk about. We have, of course, the Switch 2 Direct, which we've got everything in the Switch 2 Direct. That's our main topic of the show, is obviously the Switch 2 Direct. I've got a lot to say. We've got a lot to talk about. But then we also have all the updates that have come since then. Because it's not just the Switch 2 Direct. There's also, since the Switch 2 Direct was on Wednesday, it is now Friday, so there have been 2 days. And since then, we have gotten a lot of updates on things about the Switch 2. Mainly the price, which is, you know, what everyone's been freaking out about. And there's the tariffs. So we got to talk about all of that. Then we've got news, right? Which technically I've put all the updates in news. But then we've also got April Fool's Day. I want to quickly talk about that. I put it on the schedule. Honestly, there wasn't anything that interesting this year. But I put it on there anyways. And then I do want to briefly talk about CinemaCon. CinemaCon was this weekend. So I do want to talk about that. Because there were some things in it. You know, we've gotten a bunch of new trailers that I do want to talk about. And after that, for WIBE, we got Daredevil. We got 3 episodes we got to talk about. Because we didn't get around to it last week, so we got a bunch to talk about. We have a Minecraft movie, which I have seen. And I have thoughts which probably aren't too controversial, but we'll see. And then to end off, there was a new Hunger Games book. Sunrise on the Reaping. I have read it. So we're going to talk about that. Because, yeah, I have now finished it. And so, yeah, I've got some thoughts on that. That's going to be a little bit more controversial. There's probably a few other things in there that I'm not thinking of, but yeah. Actually, what I'm drinking right now probably counts. But we'll get to that. Alright, so let's talk about the Switch 2 Direct, shall we? So, we have been patiently waiting and anticipating a Switch 2 Direct for what feels like forever. I remember when the rumor was that this console was supposed to come out in like March of 2024. Like a full year ago. But now here we are, finally in April, and we got the Direct. And I'll just say at the top, I think the Direct is good. I did enjoy the Direct. Does it have its issues? Of course it has its issues. But I think the Direct itself was good. It's everything that's happened since the Direct that has been the issue. And for many people, it's everything since the Direct that has really soured people's mood. If we were just talking the Direct here, oh yeah, I'd be super positive, like, I personally think it was like a 9 out of 10. It was a good Direct. If we were just talking Direct today, oh yeah, I'd have nothing but high praises. But we're not just talking Direct. We have so much more than that. And it's all the controversial shit that obviously Nintendo didn't put in the Direct because they knew it would be controversial. And it's all kind of blown up in their faces. And since then, it's gotten even worse. But I guess let's start with the Direct itself. So, it starts off with Mario Kart. We have our new Mario Kart World. Of course, people were excited for a new Mario Kart. I love the name. Mario Kart World is, I think, a good name. Especially because the whole gimmick in this one is that you can go anywheres. Unlike previous Mario Karts, where, you know, you're just going, you're in the different tracks. This one is taking more influence from games like Burnout Paradise and Forza Horizons, where you've got these giant tracks, you've got this giant open world, and you're just driving track to track. I personally think this is a great gimmick. Literally, we predicted this when the Switch 2 reveal happened. If you go back and watch, I think it's episode 2 of this, episode 2, which was the Switch 2 reveal. Maybe it was episode 3. I looked at the Mario Kart and was like, hey, what if we get like a Forza game? And yeah, no, I basically nailed my prediction. Now, my other predictions about the Splatoonification of Mario Kart, that's yet to see. But we'll talk about something at the end here that I think might heavily lean towards, yeah, that's happening. Maybe not heavily, but if it wasn't going to be here, it was always going to be in this other thing. Okay, I think my math is right. I think that's all 60. Now we just gotta find the shiny Poliwhirls. The color, from what I can tell, The color of Shiny Poliwhirl, it's just a slightly lighter blue. So we just gotta, you know, look for a slightly lighter Poliwhirl. So, to start off, there have been some changes in this new Mario Kart. You know, before, in the previous one, you know, we've had, like, boat elements, specifically where you, like, go underwater. We've also had, you know, gliders. This game is leaning more heavily into boats and planes. So, instead of being, like, underneath the water, you're now on the water with a boat, and you're now gliding through the sky on a plane. What does this remind me of? Diddy Kong Racing. Obviously, it reminds me and everybody else of Diddy Kong Racing. That's clearly what it's drawing some influence from. I'm sure there's other influences, but that's the main one. So the trailer starts off, it's kind of, you know, it's just Mario Kart. Classic Mario Kart that we've seen before, time and time again. But then it gets interesting when they show rail grinding. Like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater game, you can grind on the rails. And that's like the first big change. That's cool. And then they up it a little bit more. There's wall riding. So you can jump onto the wall and literally ride the wall. I guess I should say I have not watched the Treehouse. I know Nintendo's been doing a Treehouse event where they've been showing off some of these games. I will admit at the start, I have not watched them. I've listened to people like, you know, a bunch of like gaming news outlets have played these games, and I've listened to them talk about it, but I haven't actually like watched the Nintendo Treehouse. But no, I think rail grinding and wall riding are both great ideas. We see some of the new items. There's a Hammer Bros hammer, you know, that you can throw in front of you. Does a bunch of quick, short-range shots. Kind of reminds me of, like, the Fire Flower, just with less range. The Mega Mushroom is back from Mario Kart Wii. So this time, you're right, you can grow giant, you can run over opponents. The Coin Box is back from Tour. And you can take this coin box and you hit it and it gives you some coins, but it also spreads some coins around the track. I know in Mario Kart 8, people's biggest problem with that game, one of them anyways, is that there are just so many coins. That, you know, anytime you pick up an item box, you're gonna get coins, especially if you're doing well. And it kind of sucks to have so many coins. So there was a hope that, you know, maybe this new Mario Kart would fix that and there would be less coins. No, they've actually doubled down. From what I've heard, there are actually more coins in this game than ever before. But hey, they fixed the lightning, so that's good, I guess. Other items, it seems like Kamek is not a racer in this game, which is very weird, because people really wanted Kamek as a racer. So when he was added to Mario Kart 8, everyone was so excited. But no, he seemingly isn't a racer. He's now an item. So you can get like a Kamek item that turns your character into another character. Like, the footage I saw was like someone was playing as like Mario, and they use the Kamek item, and it turns them into a cactus. What does that actually do? Like, it doesn't last forever. It's not a permanent change. But like, what does that actually do in the grand scheme of things? I have no idea. I don't know if there's any actual, like, practical effects to that. I don't know if it makes the game easier or harder, if you gotta adjust to, like, different stats. I don't hate the idea of, like, an item that, like, completely randomizes your character in Kart, so that way potentially you get a worse character in Kart, and that's kind of like a nerf. Like, yeah, sure, you might get something good, but you might also get something terrible. I think that's an interesting idea, but I don't know if that's fully what they went for here. We see a bunch of wild stage gimmicks. There's the one that stands out is you go into this truck, and then you, like, become the truck, or it, like, boosts you ahead. That's really interesting. We see food. So we knew there was that Yoshi hamburger with that takeout bag. Now we've seen the takeout bag. And you basically get a giant burger from it. And when you eat that burger, you get a different costume. It changes your costume. Whether this is how you unlock costumes, whether this changes costumes in race, it looks like the Yoshi burger, or the burgers you get, are like items. So, like, that counts as, like, a separate item. I admittedly do not know what, like, the practical effects of this are, but that's what they're going with. So that's I still do think a battle pass with the costumes locked behind the battle pass is going to happen. I still will stand by that. But this was in that when they talked about food in this game, this was not what I expected it to do. Because I still think that, especially with the game being open world, I think that fuel tank idea makes a lot of... Oh, shit. I think that fuel tank idea makes a lot of sense. And I'm kind of surprised that we didn't get the fuel tank, but instead it's like burgers and whatnot. It's just different. It's not bad, it's just different. Of course, they announced that there's time of day and weather in the game. So as you're going along, you know, you go from day to night. I don't know what the day to night cycles are. I don't know if they've said. And of course, the weather changes. So, you know, sometimes you'll be in the track in the rain, the snow, stuff like that. That's interesting. That's a neat feature. Kind of reminds me, you know, of games like Pokemon here that have been doing that for a long time. 24-player races. We already knew about this one, but it's a lot of characters, and as a result, they're going to have a lot of playable characters. We're going to talk about the new characters here in a minute. At least I think I wrote that down. But no, I think 24 racers is an interesting idea, especially for the new knockout tours. But let's talk about Grand Prix real quick. So Grand Prix is back. It is 4 races, and between each race, because this is all in one giant open world, you have to drive between the tracks. Now, the one problem I've seen people have with this is that in previous Mario Kart games, you do 3 laps of a track. There are, sure, in Mario Kart 8 and I guess 7, there are a few tracks that are only one really long lap, broken up into 3 sections. And of course, there's Baby Park, which is, what, I think it's like 5 laps in DS, and what, like 9 laps on the original? 7 or... It's like 7, 8, or 9. I can't remember on GameCube. In the Grand Prix in this game, it is 1 lap. So you do 1 lap. Like, let's say you start, I don't know, at Mario Bros. Circuit. You do a lap, and then you drive to the next track. And then when you get there, that one starts. Let's say you go to Peach Stadium. You do a single lap, and then you move on to the next the next course. Donkey Kong Space Center. Moo Moo Meadows. So that seems to be people's biggest complaint right now, is that, you know, doing 1 lap at a time, doing 1 lap for each race kind of sucks. That it seems like you're spending a majority of the races driving between tracks, and I totally see why people can find that being an issue. I'm sure there's settings somewhere. I know in my theory video, I talked about the idea of having like settings so you can determine how many laps each race is, and I'd like to hope that's there. I'd like to hope that somewheres in the settings there's a way to be like, oh, well, you know, I want Grand Prix to do 3 laps, or, you know, versus to have multiple laps. I'm sure that's a setting somewheres. At least I'd hope it was. But it's Nintendo, you kind of never know. So that's Grand Prix. The one thing I do think the one lap works for is Knockout Tour. So this is the new mode. It's basically a battle royale mode. It is a 6-race elimination tournament. So you'll start off the race, you'll start off at whatever lap let's say Moo Moo Meadows. And it's 24 racers. The bottom 4 racers are eliminated and only the top 20 move on. And then you go to, track number 2 and it's the top 16 move on. And the bottom 4 are eliminated. And it basically goes like that. You do 6 races, and whoever wins the last race wins the whole thing. From everything I have read and heard about, this is super fun. Everything I have heard people say about this Knockout Tour, I guess it works really well. It's fun. It's very competitive, but super entertaining. I've heard nothing but great things about this Knockout Tour. And I'll be honest, as someone who plays a lot of Mario Kart, at least I used to, I'm very invested in this. I think Knockout Tour is a great idea. There's also a free roam mode where, you could go anywhere, do anything, see all the spaces between the tracks. I am curious how many people you can do this with. Can you do this with a full set of 24 people? Because it's interesting, because, most of these trailers, like we'll talk about GameChat here in a minute. And GameChat is 4 people. Yourself and 3 others. At least that's what I think it is. But this free roam is the one time it's 5 people. When you see the trailer and they show off free roam, it's the player character and then 4 friends. So I do wonder what the limits are. I don't know if Nintendo has said yet how many people can be in a game chat at once, but I could see it being upwards of 8 people. I feel like anything past that and it kind of becomes like too much. But I think we at least know it's 5, because we see 5 in the trailer. In free roam, there's a photo mode. Of course, every game has a photo mode nowadays. You can do some very fun stuff with that. I've done some very fun stuff with that, being, Splatoon, or Pokemon here, or Zelda, Animal Crossing especially. I mean, Animal Crossing, literally. Look at me. But I think photo mode, I like photo modes. I don't use them in everything, but I think they have their usefulness. And depending on how this one works, I think this one could be useful. So let's talk about some of the new and returning stuff. So, when it comes to new characters, I made my whole prediction list the other week, and I'm not going to go over everything. Some of them we totally got. Charging Chuck, Goomba, Piranha Plant. I want to say those were ones where I was like, yeah, of course this is going to be here. Nabbit. I found it crazy that Nabbit wasn't in Mario Kart 8. Of course he's here. So some of those make total sense. But some of the character choices in this are so fucking weird and random. And I have no idea what Nintendo was doing. It really does feel like we're reaching the bottom of the barrel. It really does. Because some of the... So, okay, the Moo Moo Meadows cow, I think makes perfect sense. That's a weird and wacky choice. But, technically, I want to say that character actually dates back to the N64 with Moo Moo Farms. So I totally get why that character's there. That's one I'm not complaining about. The ones I do find weird are the Bonefish. Who has ever played a Mario Kart game and said, I want to be the Bonefish? Who's ever said they want to be the Dolphin? Who wants to be the Dolphin? Who wants to be the Cheep Cheep? Who wants to be the Cataquack? The Cataquack. A character that originates in Mario Sunshine and has only ever shown up in Mario Sunshine, and I want to say Mario Kart Double Dash and Mario Kart Wii. I at least think it's in Double Dash. I know for sure it's in Wii, but I think it's in Double Dash. Who the fuck has ever wanted to be a Cataquack? Not that I think it's bad. It's just like Nintendo would do anything other than add a Zelda character. Right? They will literally do anything than add Olimar. Because that's kind of what it feels like. The snowman from 64 is here. The Piantas. Okay, I actually understand the Piantas. I actually have no issue with that one. The fucking Biddy Bub from Super Mario 3D World. The Bee from Super Mario 3D World. It might also have been in Galaxy. Not the Bee Queen. That one's not making the cut again. But the fucking just generic bee is the ostrich from Super Mario 3D World. Yep, that's here for some reason. And there's others that I'm not even thinking of right now that also totally... I don't have the full character roster in front of me, obviously. But there are so many characters that I would have never thought would have made the cut. That totally made the cut. And it's just fucking weird, man. I'm not saying it's all bad. It's just fucking weird. Other characters. The, not Monty Mole's in. I think Monty Mole's in it. But the mole that, is on Bowser's airship that throws the wrenches, that guy's here. Spike is here. Actually, I think we called that one. Coin Coffer. The Coin Coffer. I think it's specifically the Mario Odyssey version. The Crab. The fucking Crab is here. The Cactus. The little ghost guy. Not the Boo, but like the other ghost guy. The, I don't remember what they're called. The Bat is here. The Penguin is here. It's just so many weird choices. Now, I do like, overall, they've updated a lot of the characters' designs, and I think they're all good updates. They're just weird updates, man. It's just such a weird list of characters. I don't get it. And of course, there's probably a bunch we haven't seen. And then, of course, there's maybe DLC. I hope there's DLC. That's where I hope, if we get third-party characters, I hope we get them in DLC. Because, maybe Link wants to play tennis. Or golf. Or fucking something. I say all that like I'm gonna actually play Link. I don't play Link in Mario Kart 8. I don't know, I think it'd be neat. So what about the new tracks? So there are some interesting new tracks. There's the first one. I didn't notice this in the original when I originally watched it, but upon rewatching the trailer, there's clearly what's going to be like a ghost level, like a ghost house, but you're driving on strips of old school like film with Princess Peach on them, and you like glide off the film. I don't know what that track is, but I think that's very interesting. I don't know. It's one of those things that I didn't originally notice, but looking back at it, because I don't like ghost houses. Most of the Ghost Valley stages, I think, suck. The only ghost tracks I really like are the Luigi's Mansion one, which is okay. And then the Haunted Mansion, I think it's called Twisted Mansion, and Mario Kart 8. That track's okay. But for the most part, I don't really like the ghost courses in Mario Kart. But this one I like that gimmick. I like the film gimmick. It reminds me of like Disney's Epic Mickey. There's a classic arcade Donkey Kong track that I think it's called like Donkey Kong Space Station or something. or a space blast off or something like that. It's got a space thing. But it's clearly, like, you see them driving up to the classic, like, Donkey Kong, the pillars going back and forth. There may be a giant robotic Donkey Kong. Okay, that's interesting. I really do like the design of that. There's Peach Stadium, which is the center track, which is like the big track at the center of the map. And, you know, it's okay. There's one called, like, Crown City, which is a city track. And, you know, maybe it'll have twists and turns. That'd be like Mushroom City, because I wanted to see Mushroom City come back. We have not seen the Rainbow Road, but Nintendo accidentally posted a piece of footage, or it was in a treehouse, that showed, like, the icon for Rainbow Road. So we don't know exactly what it looks like, but we definitely got a hint at it. I think the Rosalina Comet Observatory track is new. It might be I don't think it's Rosalina's Ice World. I think it's a brand new track, but we got that. So, you know, there are some new tracks here. There's a track that has the Easter Island heads from Super Mario Land. You know, it's good to see Sahasra Land again. That's neat. And then we got returning tracks. Moo Moo Meadows from Mario Kart Wii is back. Why this is like the third game in a row to do Moo Moo Meadows. I do not understand Nintendo's obsession with Moo Moo. I thought for sure they would have done Moo Moo Farms instead of Moo Moo Meadows, because Moo Moo Meadows was in 8. It was in Wii. Moo Moo Farms, as far as I know, has only been in 64. But nope, we're getting Moo Moo Meadows again. We're getting Desert Hills, which is a DS course. Shy Guy Bazaar, which is a 3DS course, and a pretty decent one if I remember correctly. I think that's the one where you drive across the roofs, and it's got like Aladdin elements, like flying carpets and whatnot. We have Wario Stadium from N64. This is one I wanted because the original Wario Stadium kind of sucks. Like, it's this giant course with all these ugly Wario faces on the side. So the hope is that this time they were going to make it interesting. And while I don't think we've actually seen it, like, driven that much, and, you know, I don't see a way you make that stage worse. You have Airship Fortress from DS. I know Airship Fortress is a fan favorite stage, so that's really cool to see back, and we have seen plenty of footage of that one. Sky High Sundae is back from Mario Kart Tour. Yeah, it's basically it's basically like an elongated circle in Mario Kart 8. Yeah, that track is back from what I can tell. And it at least looks a little different. Really? That's not one? I'm so bad at this. These polyworlds are actually starting to annoy me. I do not see a difference. But yeah, Sky High Sundae's back. It looks a little different. I don't think it's just an oval this time. So yeah. DK Pass is a DS course. That at first when I saw DK Pass, I wasn't sure if that was a remake. But yeah, no, it's a DS course. Wario Shipyard is back from the 3DS. It's a stage that has like, because it's like a haunted shipyard. So it's got like ghost house elements, but it's not a ghost house. It's an okay course. Koopa Troopa Beach is back from N64. I want to say Koopa Troopa Beach is kind of remembered as one of the worst stages in Mario Kart. Outside, like, maybe I guess one of the worst 3D stages. I guess that's a better way to put it. But, you know, hopefully they do it right this time. But, of course, a course that everyone likes that is back is Dino Dino Jungle. That's a GameCube course where, you know, you're driving underneath the dinosaurs' feet and on the bridge. And this may be the one where you're driving on top of the dinosaurs this time. And you're running from the T-Rex. Which is crazy that we just saw that in a Sonic game. And now we're seeing that here. The Sonic racing game, I mean. But no, I think Dino Jungle is definitely one of those courses you want back. But, so I feel like there are some good ones in there. there was a part of me that hopes we were gonna get more new courses, because courses like Sky High Sunday, Dino Dino Jungle, Moo Moo Meadows, these are courses that have been remade over again, right? I think this is the third or fourth Moo Moo Meadows. This is, the second Sky High Sunday. This is and I'm not counting tour stuff, let's not even worry about that. This is the third Dino Dino Jungle. Don't get me wrong, I like some of these courses. Like, if they had brought Coconut Mall back for a fourth time, I wouldn't have really complained, but I probably would have said the same thing I do here. But I feel like, again, there's some classic courses, Toad's Turnpike, Wario Coliseum, I guess the Luigi's Mansion stage was remade on 3DS. I don't know, I feel like there's some classic courses that could have been remade that I'm kind of surprised weren't remade. But, we haven't seen everything yet. I want to say we have seen, like, a good chunk of the courses. I don't know if we know how many there are. I want to say so far we know there's, like, 48. And, of course, there could be DLC and whatnot. I hope there's DLC anyways. It'd be foolish if they didn't at some point. Add basically a DLC island. Or something along those lines. But no, there are some good courses here. So the release date for this baby is the same day as the Switch 2, which, spoiler alert, it's June 5th. So this comes out beginning of June, and I think that's a perfect time. I knew it was going to be a launch title. I know some people really wanted it to be Metroid Prime 4. And don't get me wrong, I understand the argument for Metroid Prime 4. But I didn't think it was going to be Metroid Prime 4. And then they also announced that in 2 weeks, on the 17th, they're going to be doing a dedicated Mario Kart World Direct. So we're going to get a Direct just for Mario Kart World. And of course we are. It was going to happen at some point, but I suspect this is where we're going to find out about the Battle Pass. I could see them announcing some DLC here. So we're going to get all that stuff there. But that's in like 2 weeks, and of course we'll be here to stream it. I will say there is one other important thing for Mario Kart, but we'll talk about that later, because that wasn't in the Direct. And right now we're just talking about stuff in the Direct. But don't worry, I know about the price. We'll talk about it. I guess let's talk about GameChat. So Nintendo is, hey, look, they're finally getting a feature that launched with the Xbox One and the Xbox Kinect. Holy shit, that was like 2012, 2013, and Nintendo's getting it, 12 years later? Wow, Nintendo, way to catch up to the pact. I hope when you say you've got a good microphone, it actually fucking works. So, the C button. We all see the little C button on the Switch, and there had been a lot of speculation, like, oh, is it going to be the new Campus app? Is it gonna be is it gonna be like a Kinect thing to connect multiple switches? Is it gonna be a cast button? No, it's chat, or specifically game chat, why it's the C button when they call it game chat, I have no idea. But basically you can press the C button and it allows you to connect with, so far in everything we've seen, 3 friends. You can connect with 3 other people. Hopefully you can do more than that. I could see Nintendo limiting it to like 8 people. I understand, but I think for a trailer showing off just, yourself and 3 others, that makes sense. That like doesn't have too much in the conversation. But I get it. And you can connect with each other. While you're playing your games, you can play the same game, you can play different games. It's just Discord. It's Discord on a Nintendo console, but it's obviously not Discord. There is no Discord integration. You can share your screen. So, you can pull up your screen. You can obviously mute your mic, mute your video, but you can show your screen with friends. It does look very choppy, and it's clear that Nintendo knows that. And that kind of sucks, but for what the Switch is doing, of course it's going to be a little choppy. I'd be amazed if it wasn't. They'd have to work some kind of miracle. I do wonder if there's going to be any games that you can't share your screen with. Because, like, if you play Smash Bros., did you know you can't save videos while playing Smash Bros? Like, you know how you can hold the button to save, like, a 60-second clip or a 30-second clip? Yeah, no, you can't do that while playing Smash Bros. On the Switch. So I wonder if they're going to have some of those limitations. I guess we'll just kind of have to wait and see. The other thing with GameChat is they're selling a Nintendo camera. So this is a little USB-C camera. You plug it into the top of your Switch. It connects. And now you can have video. Sometimes it's just like literal like Zoom video. Other times it's like keyed you out. So you just see the person and then their gameplay is in the background. Kind of like what I do, right? Kind of like what people do for Twitch. Where, you key the person out with a green screen and then you just show the background. Because... Does that... No, that doesn't. I know it doesn't look like it, but I do have a green screen on in the background. You just kind of can't see it. Oh, yeah. Boom. There you go. I do have a green screen on in the background just to do it. To make all this stuff work. But yeah, so that makes sense. Of course, you can also have you're playing Mario Party. You can see your little face in the game. When it's doing chance time, it shows your face in the roulette wheel. So when you get picked and you freak out and you swear, you can see your face then. I don't know, this feels like one of those things that, like, I've seen a lot of people say that this is very much Nintendo reacting to COVID. That COVID happened and Nintendo, with their shitty online infrastructure, was just not prepared for COVID. So now they're trying to, like, retroactively fit that in, where it's like, oh, now we can do game chats on the Switch. And it's like, oh, in case we're in, Pandemic 2, which I'm going to be very... Oh, shit. I'm going to be very clear here. Pandemic 2 isn't out of the cards. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the peoples in power. Pandemic 2 might happen. I don't know. Have you heard our unlistenable Secretary of Health? Oh my God. His voice makes my ears bleed. So nothing's off the table. But, this is Nintendo wanting to be prepared for next time. So them trying to create an environment that's like, oh, it's like you and your friends are all in the same room together. I get it. It's a very Nintendo thing. For the microphone, I meant to mention this. The microphone is on the system. So, like, there's that classic, like, Xbox Live thing about the, when you're playing Xbox 360 and there's a Latino in the chat and, it's the baby crying, the blender, the parents arguing in the background. And, like, they say, like, oh, well, the mic has, like, noise background noise canceling. So they'll only hear your voice and, like, you could have a blender going in the background and they wouldn't notice. I'm assuming this is just the Nvidia tech. Which, technically, I actually do use that on this stream. At least I think I have it turned on. I should. I'm assuming, yeah, this is just another version of the Nvidia tech that they use. Yeah, I do have it. Nvidia noise removal / room echo removal. Yeah, I do actually have that turned on. So I'm assuming, because, Nintendo uses Nvidia chips, so I'm assuming that's just a version of that software. How is this actually going to work well? We have no idea. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just put the microphone in the Joy-Con. Like, the PlayStation has a microphone, and that's just in the PS5 controller. Why didn't they just put the microphone on one of the Joy-Cons? I mean, sure, it probably wouldn't work as well as it being on the system, but I don't know how well it's currently going to work. And put it in the Pro controller as well. I know you can plug a headphone jack into the Pro Controller. Maybe that'll let you use, that microphone, so maybe that'll be less of an issue. Maybe you'll be able to use a Bluetooth, like if you're using like a Bluetooth headset with a microphone, maybe that'll work. Speaking of using non-standard Nintendo peripherals, Nintendo, while, they are selling a Nintendo Switch 2 mic, or camera, I mean. While they are selling a Switch 2 camera, that is not the only camera you have to use. As long as you have a USB-C camera, you can use any compatible USB-C camera. It's obviously not going to be everything, but like Hori, the accessory manufacturer, is making a camera that looks like a piranha plant. So there's clearly going to be several options here that you can choose from. I do wonder if you could use like a USB camera, but it doesn't seem like it. Because like that's the one, like for the streams back when I used to use a camera, I had just a generic USB-C Logitech, or USB Logitech, not a USB-C. But I had a Logitech and it worked fine. So I could see them, it'd be nice if they had something like that, but it might just be USB-C. Now, I do kind of worry with all this stuff on screen. How does it look in tabletop mode? And we do see a quick glimpse of it, and it does look kind of clustered. It looks like there's a lot going on. Your screen gets pretty small. But, you can adjust screen size. You can adjust how much of other people's gameplay you see. I kind of wish they did. One of the features I really like on Discord is when you're chatting with other people, you can have it show like a little bubble of who's talking with like with their icon and their name. I kind of wish they did that. That would be a really nice feature, but so far they haven't shown that. So yeah, that's GameChat. It's not a bad feature. I guess it's good something is here, but it's just, PlayStation and Xbox have been doing this for over a decade now. Closer to like 15 years. This is just Nintendo catching up. But, they're trying to act like they invented it, which they most certainly did not. Next up we have GameShare. So when I first saw, there are, on PS5, there's a feature called GameShare, where you basically can GameShare with a friend, or someone on your friends list, for like an hour, and you can both play a game together. And it's a really neat feature. I actually used it for the first time this week, and it worked fine. Like, if they're game sharing with you, sure, it looks a little fuzzy, but, for Split Fiction, I had no issues. Ow. Ow. Fuck. Ow. I just stabbed myself. Ooh. Oh shit, I am actually bleeding. Ow. So I've used this feature on PlayStation. The Nintendo version of GameShare is not that. The Nintendo Switch 2 version of GameShare is much more comparable to the DS's share. So the DS and the 3DS had a play together, download play. I don't exactly remember what it was called. But basically, let's say you owned Mario Kart and none of your friends owned Mario Kart, you could do download play. And, you could play as whatever character you want, and then all your friends would play as Shy Guys, But hey, you could play Mario Kart together, and only one person had to own the game. That basically seems like what they're doing here. You know, one person has to own, like, Clubhouse Games 51, and then, you know, if you and all your friends want to play Uno together, it'll work. It's not going to support every game. It's only going to support select games. Which ones are those going to be? I have no idea. But it is local, so, like, you cannot do this over Wi-Fi, whereas, like, on PlayStation I could. But, you know, it's going to be select games, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, Super Mario 3D World, Clubhouse Games 51, Mario Odyssey, and then Big Brain Academy. Some of those choices are weird. Like, Mario Odyssey, yes, it has multiplayer, but it's not exactly fun multiplayer. Captain Toad's multiplayer, I mean, at least you can play as, like, 2 separate characters. 3D World and Clubhouse games, though, I think make perfect sense. I'm kind of surprised Mario Kart 8 isn't in this list. I know 1 in 2 Switch users own Mario Kart 8, so it's not really that big of an issue. And I know Mario Kart 8 has, like, local play built in that, admittedly, I've never used because it works very weird and it's got all these weird, strict limitations. So it's just always been easier to play online, even if we're, like, sitting next to each other. And then I have no thoughts on Big Brain Academy. But I do think this is a good feature. This isn't, like, unlike that virtual card thing, or that virtual game cards that I'm still kind of confused about. This one is a lot more straightforward, that I do think is more consumer friendly. So, yeah. This is where we got the console overview. So we found out the screen is 1080p, and it can get up to 120 frame rates. It is an LCD screen, which I know some people are annoyed about. They want that OLED. I get it. But, I mean, with everything that's happened with the price since then, and they're obviously going to do one in a few years. We can talk about Nintendo greed another time. But hey, it's at least got HDR support, which is nice. Now, I've seen some people complain that the Switch 2 isn't an upgrade, that this is just the same system again, and it's not. Like, yes, they didn't tell us all the specs, obviously. They didn't give us everything. But this isn't just a Nintendo Switch with a 1080p screen, right? There is definitely some, you know, better processing, better hardware under the cover. I've seen some people say that the Switch 2 is going to be worse than a Steam Deck. I have no fucking idea where they're getting that info from. I totally think this is going to be better than a Steam Deck, if only because it is newer hardware. That's it. Like, I do think the two products are probably going to be basically on par, but I think the Switch 2 might be better just because it's the same version. I guess people have tried out Cyberpunk on the thing at, like, one of these events or demos or whatnot, and someone was talking about how they basically played through the entirety of Cyberpunk on a Steam Deck, and now that they've played it on Switch 2, the Switch 2 version runs better. Maybe it's more optimized, I don't entirely know, but there definitely are some. It's better. Again, it's not groundbreaking. There are some people who want this thing to be comparable to a PS5. This was, for a portable console, this was never going to be comparable to a PS5. And while, yes, we're all talking about Nintendo's greed right now, Nintendo was never gonna... If you wanted something that was comparable to a PS5, Nintendo would have to make you pay like $1,000. And they're never gonna do that. Right? They're freaking out right now because they might have to charge $700. But that's the president's fault. So yeah, I kinda get it. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing with these polyworlds. I'm thinking about giving up. This is just not working. I cannot tell the difference. I am genuinely thinking about just giving up and moving on to the Levanis. Or whatever they're called. Well, okay, back on point. We see the new Joy-Cons, the Joy-Con 2. They're magnetic. Supposedly the magnets work very well. Like, it's nice, it's sturdy. That's good. They have a bigger SL and SR button on the inside. That's great. I don't know if you've ever played Mario Kart with half a Joy-Con or Smash Bros with half a Joy-Con. It kind of sucks. And yes, putting the Switch grip on it, like the controller grip, helps a little bit, but not that much. So having, bigger SL, SR buttons is probably for the best. They talk about how it has a larger controller stick, but there was all these rumors that it was going to be a hollow effect controller stick, and that means it's less likely to drift. That, as far as I know, has not been confirmed yet. I do not think we know if it is a hollow effect joystick or not. I think I did hear somewhere that Nintendo put out a statement about Joy-Con drift, but I have not read that statement, if there is one. So I'm still kind of worried about that. We see the mouse controls. So yes, you are going to be able to take a Joy-Con. I'm grabbing one of mine right now. And you can run it like a mouse. Supposedly it works pretty nice with Metroid. People who have played Metroid Prime, right, it controls pretty well for aiming and whatnot. My one thing is how small it is. Like, you've used a computer mouse. They're bigger, they're bulkier. The Switch's Joy-Con is just so thin. That's why I really like Laura K. Dale. They showed off an accessibility thing where it's just a 3D printed shell that you can push the Switch 2 Joy-Con in, and it basically makes it like a bigger mouse. That actually might be nice if it works well, which supposedly it does. Having like more area to grip the controller would actually be very nice, because just trying to use it on my own, it definitely feels very small. It's one of those things, like, the computer mouse, well, yes, we've gotten rid of the trackballs. They haven't changed that much over the years, because what works. Like, sure, people have those weird, like, glove mouse things, but there's a reason not everybody uses those. The Switch 2 has improved speakers, so, clearer audio. It's gonna have 3D audio. It's just gonna overall sound better. It has a built-in microphone with noise-canceling tech. Again, I'm just gonna kind of have to wait and see what it's actually like. I'm a little skeptical, though. It's got, of course, a new stand. The stand is very much like the OLED stand, but instead of being like a giant, like, slab, it's more of like a bar. But the original Switch's stand sucks. The OLED's is a lot better. So, them just basically doing that again, that's good. There's the two USB-C ports. There's a port on the top, and then there's a port on the bottom. We see the microphone can be plugged into, or the camera can be plugged into the port on top. I know people were worried about if there's going to be any normal USB ports where you could like plug in like a GameCube adapter. Yes, on the side. They don't talk about it, because even though they show the dock, they show that it has like a new ventilation fan that should hopefully help a lot with the console's cooling. It has a LAN port, it's got an HDMI, and it's got a charger. But on the side, it has two USB ports. So for people worried about that, yeah, don't worry about that. Storage-wise, the original Switch has 32 gigs, which is not a lot, but to be fair, I've always had an SD card. I think my original Switch had 128 gigs. My OLED has 256, which, can I be honest, I've used up 256 gigs on the Switch. And that kind of sucks, because I bought a 500 gigabyte SD card for the Switch 2, and here we learned that the Switch 2 only uses micro USBs. So micro SD card express, whereas this is just a normal micro SD card. So now I kind of want to take that 500 gigabyte SD card and put it in my current Switch. but there's no easy way to transfer all your data from your current Switch over to your new one. You can't just like copy and paste the SD card. It's not that simple, and that sucks. So because of that reason, I'm out. I'm probably not going to change it over. Even though I filled up all 256 gigs, and now I have a 500 gigabyte SD card that I'm just not going to do anything with. It sucks. But no, I think 256 gigs, I mean, sure. Is that only like one Call of Duty? Yes. But hey, it's better than nothing. The dock also supports 4K. I didn't meant to say that earlier. And then, there are some, of course it's backwards compatible. The new Switch cartridges are, the same size. But, hey, they run faster, I guess. I don't know, we'll get to it. They showed off a new... So, because the Switch 2 has all these new features and whatnot, Nintendo made a game called the Switch 2 Welcome Tour. So this is a pack-in game. At least in theory it is. It's a little game that you play that shows off all the new features. You can test out some of the new stuff, the new audio, the microphone and the noise canceling. In theory, this is a good idea. The PS5, which is probably the second best console to ever do this, maybe the third best if we count Tetris. The PS5 came in with a pack-in game called Astrobot's Playroom, where, it's basically an entire 3D platformer that came free with the console that shows off all the cool stuff on the console. Oh, you want to see HD Rumble on the PS5? Here you go. You want to see the new haptic triggers? Here you go. You want to, touchscreen, microphone stuff? It's a great... Honestly, if you have a PS5, play Astro's Playroom. I know nowadays I think you have to go onto the it's no longer packed in. You have to go onto the PlayStation Store and download it, but I think it's still a free download. It'd be crazy to make an introduction game like this and charge money for it. Could you imagine any company being that greedy to make what is effectively a tech demo showcase and then charge you money for it? Oh, fucking wait a minute. Yeah, this Nintendo Welcome Tour is just a tech demo showcase that they are charging real money for. Now, basically, someone pointed out, was it Gene Parker? I don't remember who, somebody pointed out that in Reggie Fils-Aimé's book, when Nintendo developed Wii Sports, they originally were going to sell Wii Sports as a separate game. That in Japan, Wii Sports was not a pack-in. Because Nintendo has this belief that if they are making a product, they should be selling it. The idea of giving something away for free goes against their core principles. So Reggie had to basically beg and plead with Nintendo of Japan to include Wii Sports. And because of that decision, Wii Sports is one of the best-selling games of all time, and the Wii is one of the best-selling consoles of all time. Another example I'll use is Tetris. I don't know if you watched that Tetris movie on Apple TV, but he basically makes the argument that, if you want the Game Boy to sell, you bundle it with Mario. If you want it to sell 100 million units, you bundle it with Tetris. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. Nintendo in America bundled the Game Boy with Tetris, and it sold a shitload. Tetris is one of the best-selling games of all time because of that. So yeah, I think Nintendo making this, I get it. They put time and money into this game, so they want to make some money back from it. But the fact that, someone like Doug Bowser didn't step in and be like, no, this is a tech demo, nobody's going to pay for this, because nobody bought 1-2 Switch. Outside of, people who were really excited for the Switch on launch day, who had to get everything, I don't actually know anybody who owned 1-2 Switch. I didn't own 1-2 Switch. I had Breath of the Wild in snipper clips. I was perfectly happy with those 2 games. I didn't fucking need 1-2 Switch. Nobody needed 1-2 Switch. It should have been a pack-in game, but because they put a bunch of time and money into it, of course they couldn't do that, and don't even get me started on the fucking sequel. But yeah, no, Nintendo is selling this. It's going to be a digital-only game that will be available at launch. We do not know the price point as of this moment. The rumor going around, based on, you know, some Japanese things, is that it's gonna be $10. That instead of, you know, just packing in a $10 game, Nintendo's going to pinch every penny out of you and charge $10, because of course they are. And God, this isn't, you know, this is one of the worst parts of the Direct, and yet in the aftermath, this has been almost completely forgotten. Nobody is talking about this game. This game will be immediately forgotten. Supposedly from people who played it, it's actually pretty neat. But fuck that. Also, fuck these Poliwraths. I give up. I'm just gonna start killing them. Yeah, there is no way I haven't seen a shiny. We have for sure passed the shiny, and it just didn't look shiny. Fuck this, I'm done. Let's just move on. So yeah, $10. Supposedly, from people who have actually played this little tech demo, it's actually pretty neat. It does do a good job at showing off the Switch 2. But nobody's gonna play this. This is one of those things that's gonna be immediately forgotten. So that's dumb. Some other launch day info. I mentioned earlier micro SD cards. The Switch 2, right? They're using these express SD cards because they have higher transfer rates. That regular regular micro SD cards will not work. It kind of sucks, but I get why they're doing it. Switch 2 games, they are the same size as the Switch 1, but the cartridges are now red, just to like visually stand them apart. They have faster transfer speeds, faster data speeds. Supposedly they're up to 64 gig. Of course, there's the game key stuff, which we'll talk about. But that's kind of what they're doing there. There is a system transfer option, so that way, you know, if you just want to import all your saves from your normal Switch, you'll be able to do that. Presumably, cloud saves will also be able to easily be transferred over. We see the new Pro Controller. It's got back buttons. That's huge. I've never used a controller with back buttons before, but supposedly people really like back buttons. You know, so that for people who do like back buttons, this is a good thing, I guess. There's an audio jack in it, so, you know, presumably you'll be able to, you know, chat with friends. Holy shit, we actually found one. Oh my gosh, we actually found one. That looks no different than every other one we have come across. What the fuck? Why is it not green? Shiny Poliwhirl should just be green. Like Polytoad or whatever. Like its evolution. Why is it not green? I legitimately cannot tell the difference. Yeah, new Pro Controller has an audio jack. That's fine, that makes sense. Supposedly, from people who have, like, felt it, it's got, like, a sequin back. Like, it's got, like, a nicer, like, back. So that's nice, I guess. Yeah, supposedly, you know, if it's a good feel. It's like the Switch Pro Controller. It feels good. I don't think we found out here, but later on we did find out that Joy-Cons in Pro Controllers from your original Switch will work on your Switch 2. So if you're worried about having to buy like a bunch of new controllers, that's not as big of an issue. Which is very nice. Nintendo, they have done that in the past. I mean, the GameCube controller has been supported now for over 20 years. But you never know with Nintendo. However, supposedly, they will not be able to wake the system up. So, like, you know, right now on the Switch, if I press the home button, it'll wake the system up from sleep if I have it asleep. Yeah, supposedly Switch 1 controllers will not be able to wake the system up from sleep, which is just kind of weird. So, yeah. Alright, let's set up a campsite real quick, and then I do need to pee. Let me go, I gotta go do that real quick, and then we'll come back. We've been going for like an hour now, and we still have so much more to talk about. Like, oh my gosh. Look at that. Tell me which one is the shiny. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's the left one. But that's... Oh my god. That, I cannot believe that. That's the only reason I caught a second one. Yeah. I mean, the shiny is also a little bigger, but I'm gonna guess it's the left one. Oh my god, Pokemon Company. They really need to update some of these shinies. That's just abysmal. That's some bullshit. Yeah, but yeah, that one's gotta be the shiny. Alright, let me pee, and I will be right back. Man, I literally have a BRB screen, and I always forget to click it over stream starting soon. I'm the worst. Alright, before we get any farther, let me open up. I have a Pokemon card pack to open. We couldn't do this. Normally I do it at the start of the show, but I couldn't today because we actually started before I could open it. So let's do that right now. Just because I don't want to forget. Still cannot believe that. Hey, at least we found one. Got a Spirit Tomb, a Lopunny, a Tentacool, a Paldean Wooper, and a Tatsugiri. Okay, two of the Wooper and the Spirit Tomb were new. That's good. I got my first shiny. I got a shiny Wiglet. It is yellow. Yes, sirree, it is yellow. They've been doing a sneak peek Wonder Trade event thing. It's kind of whatever. Any good Wonder Trades? Let's see. There's a bunch of Grafii, but nothing I actually need. Give me 1 second. So I've been posting stream highlights on TikTok, and I have gotten so many comments. I posted one about the price points, which we'll get to. And God, I pissed off. I clearly pissed in somebody's cornflakes. Or at least maybe two people pissed in each other's cornflakes, because they have just been yelling at each other all day in my comments. Just two guys going back and forth who are so mad at each other about the Switch 2 price point. Well, one of them is, the other one's just kind of yelling at the other one. It's just a mess. All right. So what Pokemon are we looking for? Let me look it up real quick. It's Leavanny's first stage, which is called Swaddle. Wait, wasn't I calling it Seawaddle earlier? What's the middle one? Swadloon. So it's Swaddle, Swadloon, and then Leavanny. Okay, I gotta remember that. So we're going after Seawaddle. Alright. With that, I guess let's just, get back into things. I don't know if it's obvious, but every time, the mouth moves and I don't move, and, I'm not saying anything, that's me coughing or sneezing or something. Because while I'm not sick anymore, my allergies are fucking killing me. Oh my God, my allergies are the worst. I still don't see the difference. I still don't. Oh my gosh. I for sure missed one. And we must have looked at over 100 Poliwags. I for sure missed one in all the chaos. Alright. So next up is the Switch 2 editions of games. So Nintendo is doing this new thing that, other companies have done for a while now, where they're doing a Switch 2 version of an already existing game. So, we've seen companies do this. I know Spider-Man on PS4 had a PS5 version that you could get for a $10 upgrade. What's the other one? I'm sure God of War Ragnarok. I know Horizon Zero Dawn had like a $10 upgrade that you could buy. So this is nothing new. I know mostly PlayStation does it. I know some people are mad about this $10 upgrade thing. But I'm not going to defend. And of course, we don't know how much these upgrades actually cost. We have guesses. My guess is that some of them are going to cost $10, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, whereas others are going to cost $20, like Mario Kart and Kirby. But we'll talk about it. So for Mario Party, the first one they showed off, it's Super Mario Party Jamboree plus Jamboree TV. And basically, it now includes camera functionality within Mario Party Jamboree. So you can play Mario Party Jamboree, you can use the camera. Look how much we struggled to find a Poliwhirl. And then we found a Sawaddle in like 2 seconds. So it includes camera functionality. So basically, while you're playing the new Mario Party, you can see little icons of your camera. You can, make faces. It's weird because one of the clips they show is people on the camera, but they're all in the same room, which I think is kind of dumb. Now, Nintendo has used this technology before. On the Wii U, if you've played Nintendo Land also used this same thing. Where, like, when you're playing Mario Chase, you can have yourself on the gamepad camera. So Nintendo, they've done something like this before. There's Bowser TV show. It's like a Bowser TV, which is basically Bowser's hosting a TV game show. And it basically uses the camera to put you as a person into the game. Like, it keys you out. So it's like, oh, you're in the game. You can do your little dance and whatnot. I guess I was listening to Tim Geddes and Blessing Out of Yo-Yo Jr. talk about it. And they were saying, like, because of the lighting at the Nintendo event, it was actually kind of, like, difficult to see. Like, the camera had some issues there, so lighting is definitely a thing for the king. But, it's, putting yourself in the game. There are, like, special mini games that while you are in the game. Like, there's one where it's like, oh, it's like stacking Goombas on your head. So you gotta, like, stack these Goombas and keep balance. It's not just, like, putting you in a game. Like, this is the Kinect. Basically, we have gone full circle, and we are at the Kinect again. But because Nintendo's doing it, people are okay with it, I guess? I don't know if anybody I'm gonna be honest. I'm not buying a Switch 2 camera. I have no interest in the thing. But it's the Kinect. At least this time it's optional. Right? This isn't some sort of pack-in thing that you have to buy that, nobody wants or uses. No, at least this one's optional. There's some there's a Bowser Jr. minigame with, like, a microphone, and as you talk, like, he moves up and down. They're clearly trying to have some fun with it. The other big one is that there's a mouse roller coaster. So it's like, if you've been on the Mario ride, or, like, I guess not even the Mario ride at Universal, even though that does count. I compare it more to, like, the Buzz Lightyear ride at Disneyland, where, you're, like, shooting things. It's basically like that, but with mouse controls. So, you're riding this roller coaster, you're shooting things with your mouse, and then you enter tunnels and play mini games. So, they're at least trying to use all the features of the Switch too. I wish they were adding some more boards. Like, if you're gonna do some DLC, give us some new boards, Nintendo. It's kind of crazy that this is the first ever Mario Party game to get DLC. But it's not the DLC. Like, if you ask someone, hey, do you want some Mario Party DLC? Their first thought would be, yes, Nintendo, give us new boards. No, we're going to give you a motion control Kinect-style mini-game set. Okay, Nintendo, if that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do, because you are Nintendo. I should have gotten more water when I was up. Other games, they showed off Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are both getting Switch 2 editions. I know that previously they had showed off Breath of the Wild, or, you know, behind closed doors they had allegedly showed off Breath of the Wild, but people didn't actually know if we were getting Tears of the Kingdom. We are getting Tears of the Kingdom. I am glad we are, because I actually kind of want to play Tears of the Kingdom again. Because I've played Breath of the Wild twice now. I've only played Tears of the Kingdom once. And while, yes, I did have a good time playing Tears of the Kingdom on stream, I feel like there's a lot that we didn't do because it was on stream, and I feel like playing it on my own will be a different experience. So I am glad we're getting both. They're coming with a new Zelda Notes app. So from my understanding, as people have explained it, originally when Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game, it was going to have gamepad features that in the final product were cut from the game. Because, you know, the Switch didn't have a gamepad anymore, and who gives a shit about the Wii U at that point? I guess this Zelda Notes app is the original gamepad features that were intended for Breath of the Wild. That's implementing them back in. So, of course, you see the GPS thing where it leads you towards a Korok. I guess there's like a Zelda note, like literally Zelda and I guess Rauru in Tears of the Kingdom. You can literally visit places in the game and they'll give you little notes about like, oh, well, you know, I was here. This is what I was researching. This is what I was doing. You know, basically it's just a bunch of little like lore snippets. And like, was that necessary? No, not at all. But that is kind of neat. I'm sure somebody will have a good time with that, you know, learning more about the world and the game and everything. But yeah, it looks like that's part of this whole Nintendo Note thing. But, so the one takeaway that we found out after the Direct is while Nintendo is, you know, probably going to be charging $10 for these upgrades, something that I had predicted, if you have Nintendo Switch Online, the Breath of the Wild in the Tears of the Kingdom upgrade are now included in Nintendo Switch Online. Why they didn't just say this during the Direct, I have no idea. But yes, if you already own Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, and you want to play those games again with the Nintendo Switch running at 60 frames per second HDR, it is no cost to get the upgrade as long as you have Nintendo Switch Online. That makes perfect sense in my opinion. I think this is a very logical thing. So that is a good thing. That I was already right. I was probably going to buy Tears of the Kingdom upgrade anyways. I will now 100% be playing Tears of the Kingdom again. So just forewarning on that. When we get around to June on this show, do not be surprised if I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom again. The next game getting an upgrade is Kirby and the Forgotten Lands. Of course, it's got all the same, you know, 60 frames per second HDR upgrades, but it's got a brand new DLC. It's called Star-Crossed Worlds, and basically a meteor has crashed into the Forgotten Lands, and it is basically completely changing the world, adding all these crystals, these new items, like there's a spring that is basically the spring power-up from Mario Galaxy. You know, everyone's favorite power-up. Ha ha ha. But, you know, there's new crystal enemies. It's basically, from what we have seen so far, it kind of seems to be like a brand new game. Like, we're seeing entirely new stages, entirely new sections of already existing stages. I don't think they've completely redone everything, but if this is like, you know how the post game in a Kirby game, where you kind of play like extended versions of, you know, the pre-existing game, but it's basically like an extras mode. This kind of feels like it's going to be like that. That this isn't some rinky-dink little thing. That you're basically going to be able to replay the entire game again. But now with these new star-crossed things. There's new objectives, there's new collectibles. It seems to, you know, it has some depth to it. And presumably that means it's going to have a new final boss. That's probably even going to be even harder than the final boss of Forgotten Worlds, who already can be very difficult. So this does seem to be, this is more than just an upgrade. This is like a DLC, which is important. Keep this in mind, that this isn't just an HD upgrade. There's more here, because we will talk about this later. And then, of course, Metroid Prime 4 is getting a Switch 2 upgrade. So basically, there's going to be a normal Switch edition and then a Switch 2 edition. And the Switch 2 edition has mouse support. And it's Nintendo's first ever game, as far as I know, to have different modes. There's a quality mode, which plays at 4K 60 frames per second with HDR. And then there is a performance mode, which plays at 1080p, but 120 frames per second, also with HDR. That's, I think that's a good thing. That allows people to pick what they like. And while Nintendo just brings out the worst in people. So, of course, I've seen a lot of just gluttons who are not satisfied with all the riches of heaven complaining that Metroid Prime 4 looks like a PS2 game. Can I be honest? That is now a dead insult. Whenever anyone says a game looks like a PS2 game, I can no longer take them seriously. Right? You know that Family Guy joke about how, I don't like The Godfather because it insists upon itself? Like, the whole point of that Family Guy joke is that it's a bullshit piece of criticism that means nothing. That's kind of what comparing a game to a PS2 game looks like. If you say a game looks like a PS2 game, that's just a bullshit piece of bad faith criticism at this point. So I no longer take that seriously. And then the last upgraded game they showed off was Pokemon Legends Arceus. It looks a little better, I honestly, I'm going to say I probably wouldn't play this game on a normal Switch. Pokemon Scarlet Violet here is already kind of rough. Kind of. Kind of rough. Oh my gosh. Kind of rough. But you get my point, right? Pokemon is rough on Switch. Legends ZA is going to be just as rough. Sure, it's like playing, at that point, it'll be like playing Breath of the Wild on the Wii U. Like, sure, it's something you could do, but there's no reason for you to actually do it. I mean, I get it. Because of these prices, not a lot of people are going to upgrade. So there's nothing against you if you don't get it, but it's not going to be a fun time. I'll just say that. Yeah, kind of an understatement, right? Yeah, look at this game. Don't you see that? Look how beautiful those mountains in the background look. Isn't this the most beautiful game in the world? Ha 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 ha. We'll talk about it later, but Scarlet and Violet is also getting a Switch 2 upgrade, kind of. It's going to run better on Switch 2, and God, this game desperately needs it. It really does. But let's continue on. So next up, because the Nintendo Switch 2 has this mouse feature, they've introduced a new game, a new IP from Nintendo, aka the Switch 2's equivalent of ARMS, called Dragon Drive. I know the logo is Drag X Drive, but Nintendo went out of their way to specify it's Dragon Drive. And this is a game where you use both of the controllers as mice, and you roll them across your, table or whatever. And it acts like you're moving the wheels on a wheelchair. And other than that, the game is Basketball Rocket League, which, if I'm going to be 100%... Let's get serious for a moment here. If I'm going to be 100% honest, while I know inclusion is important, and I know basketball in wheelchairs has been a thing for a while now, and a basketball wheelchair game actually makes a lot of sense, And I can get how, you know, people would see this game and they will see themselves in this game and be excited. I get that. But if I'm being honest, I don't like anything we've seen of this game. I'm not going to say graphically it looks bad, but, you know, Nintendo is very stylized in their games. Their games have very unique styles, unique art styles, images. This looks like it could have been made by anybody. Ubisoft made a game called Roller Derby that I don't even know if that game ever released, that Roller Derby game, but it had more personality than this game. I'm so disappointed with it. They could have made it where we can zoom super fast or something, make it Arena Rocket League side. There's so much potential, but they did the bare minimum. Exactly. There is so much potential here, but it's just the bare minimum. The character designs are all super simple. I know we see like little bits of customization, like, oh, you can change the colors. Oh, you can give them cat ear headphones. It still doesn't help the fact that this looks super generic. The gameplay, like, yes, I get it. You know, going on a wheelchair isn't gonna be that fast. But it just feels so slow. I guess playing it, it's not, from people who have played it, I guess it's not too bad. And the people who are going to get into it are really going to get into it. But nothing I have seen from Dragon Drive has appealed to me. I and many others have compared this game to ARMS, but I actually will give ARMS a lot of credit. ARMS had a very unique gameplay style. It had, you know, a very colorful, fun cast of characters, whereas this just kind of exists. It lacks a lot of Nintendo charm that we've come to know. You know what? You know what it reminds me of? This is gonna kill me to say. It reminds me of Metroid Prime Federation Force. That sucks. That is not a comparison that anyone should be making. But that's kind of what it reminds me of. Fuck, man. So nothing I've seen of Dragon Drive actually looks that interesting. It looked kind of bland. If this was a, you know, now that all game prices are going up, I will never buy this. But like, if this was like a $20, $30 game, I don't know, how much was Rocket League when it originally came out? If this was the same price as Rocket League when it came out, I would probably buy it anyways because it's Nintendo. But because this is probably going to be a $70 game, I'm never going to touch it. Like, I gave ARMS the benefit of the doubt, and I had a good time with ARMS. I did thoroughly enjoy that game. But just nothing here is appealing to me. And now that games are, you know, $70, $80, not $90. Games are not $90, and we need to stop spreading that misinformation. But still, I'm not going to get this. I cannot bring myself to get this. Next up, they did a bunch of third-party games. They showed off Elden Ring. $70 for Dragon Drive would be ridiculous. 100%. 100% it would be ridiculous. But I could see it. This is Nintendo we're talking about here. So they showed off Elden Ring. Elden Ring, for me, is what Skyrim was for the original Nintendo Switch. Where it's like, hey, look, this is a cool third-party game that shows that third-party developers are taking the system more seriously. Like, I know the GameCube was over 20 years ago, but, you know, Nintendo didn't get any M-rated games at the time, and that was a big deal, and now two of their big highlighted games are M-rated From Software games. So that's kind of a big deal. I get that. And we all knew Elden Ring was coming, but it makes perfect sense. They showed off Hades 2. I'm excited for Hades 2. It's in early access right now. Admittedly, I have not played it. But when it does come out on Switch, I will be right there. Or when it comes out on Switch 2, you know I'll be there. Because, God, I loved the first Hades. I think it was my game of the year for 2020. So, here's hoping. They showed off Street Fighter 6. So this is the year 1 and 2 edition. It's got the first 2 years of the game's content. I'll be honest, I haven't played Street Fighter 6. I own it on PS5. I got it for like $20. And I've just never gotten around to playing it. I don't even know where my copy is, honestly. But I'm probably not going to pick it up on Switch. They are, however, doing Street Fighter amiibos. Which, I'll see if I wrote that down later. But yeah, they're doing Street Fighter amiibos, which, okay, we talk about how things are going up in price. The Street Fighter amiibos are $30 each. Basically, 2 of them is a full game. Whereas, when originally when amiibos released, you could get 5 of them for the price of 1 game. Okay, maybe like 4.5. But still, just shows you how much amiibos have gone up in price. Because, spoiler alert, the new Tears of the Kingdom amiibos are now $20 each. Right? Because they were 16 a few years ago, or 16 or 17. Now they're 20. And they originally started off at like 12 or 13. Oh my gosh. Everything is more expensive now. And I get it. The economy is collapsing around us. But still, that sucks. They showed off Daemon X Machina. Originally, you know how Shin Megami Tensei 5 had an upgraded version? I think it was called Nocturne. Originally, when they showed off Daemon X Machina, I kind of figured this was just an upgraded version of Daemon X Machina. Because from what I can tell, Daemon X Machina didn't sell that well and wasn't exactly very popular. But no, from what I've heard, this is actually a sequel. Titanic something or other, Titanic Sequos or whatever. This is a sequel to Daemon X Machina. It's not a remake, it's not a port, or it's not an upgraded edition, it's not a port, it's a straight up sequel. So maybe Daemon X Machina did better in Japan? Because I know here in the States, nobody, and I mean nobody, cared about it. So I guess that goes to show you. They showed off Split Fiction. Hey, Josef Fares' new game. It's on PlayStation. It's on Xbox. It's going to be on Switch launch day. I thoroughly... I have a soft spot for It Takes Two, even if I don't think the game is as perfect as everyone else says it is. It's very long. But Split Fiction, everything I've seen so far about Split Fiction looks great. It's cool that it's coming on Switch 2. It'll be their launch day. That's great. They showed off EA Sports. I don't know if you've ever seen FIFA on Switch. The FIFA port for Nintendo Switch is awful. It's just an awful port. So I don't really have high expectations for EA Sports on Switch. But we are getting Madden for the first time. Because Madden was not on the Nintendo Switch. Which is actually kind of weird to think about. I'm surprised they never did port Madden. But yeah, for the first time ever, we're getting Madden as well. Will I be playing it? Of course not. It's Madden, and I don't trust EA. They showed off Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, woo, it has mouse controls now. Who gives a shit? Fuck that game. Fuck Joanne. They showed off Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4. They showed off... I'm pretty sure... I don't know if that's a new level, but that looks like there's a new pirate ship level. They showed off a new character, a new skater... And then we got the hint, they showed off a brief, a second or two of a SpongeBob level. There's going to be a SpongeBob level in the new Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Talk about a match made in heaven. When I think about, the early 2000s, especially myself as a kid playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater, SpongeBob and Tony Hawk, perfect combination. I mean... Tony Hawk already had collaborations with Star Wars originally, so a collaboration with SpongeBob, Oh my god, that sounds great. I still don't know if I'm going to pick this game up, because I am still worried about the whole lack of a story mode in 4. That kind of killed all my momentum for this game. But man, they're slowly winning me back. They really are. IO Interactive came out and showed off Hitman. Hitman World of Assassination is going to be on there. It's going to be a launch day game. They showed off after the Direct that it will include a Mario and Luigi themed set. So there's going to be a red suit and a green suit that you can wear. There's a mushroom item. There's a wrench. I think there's like a red and green rubber ducky. They're not like, they don't like use the Mario logo, but they're clearly Mario and Luigi themed. And I think that's kind of fun. Does it actually matter in the grand scheme of things? No, not at all. But I think it's kind of fun. Also, IO re-announced their James Bond game. We've known about this for a while, that they were working on a James Bond game. Because, you know, they're IO Interactive. They did such a good job with Hitman that if they... You know, it's kind of like when the people who made Planet Coaster made a Jurassic Park game. And it was like, oh, they did so well with Planet Coaster that it just kind of makes sense to let them do Jurassic Park. I don't know if those Jurassic Park games were actually that good, but it's the same thing. Oh, you know, they make such good Hitman games. Sure, let them take a crack at James Bond. What's the worst that could happen? Yakuza 0 is going to be on Switch. We already started getting some Yakuza games on Switch last year. So having, you know, Yakuza 0 on Switch, that's good. I don't know, people really like those games. I'd much rather see Like a Dragon and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, because those games are great. And I'd love a chance to play those on Switch. I mean, you know, the first Like a Dragon was a Pokemon game. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth was an Animal Crossing game. Come on, it just kind of makes sense here. That'd be really cool. And no, I am not making that up. Both Yakuza Like a Dragon games have Pokemon mini games. And the second... And I say mini games. It's like a whole thing. Like, there is literally a Pokedex to complete. It's crazy. Those games are crazy, but they're so entertaining. And yeah, so that was their first batch of third-party games. Some decent things in there. Right? Elden Ring, Hades, Split Fiction, Tony Hawk... Oh, Bravely Default. They showed off Bravely Default, which Bravely Default is a 3DS game that is super underrated. Because it was on the 3DS, it doesn't really get talked about that much, but it's a pretty decent 3DS RPG, and I'm glad it's getting a remake. We'll talk about pricing in a little bit, but I'll tell you, it's only like $40. So not every Switch 2 game is going to be $70, right? Some developers can pick and choose. And I feel like, you know, originally on 3DS, it was $40. So them charging $40 for it here again. I don't know. I'll definitely have to think about it. Next up, they showed off Hyrule Warriors. So way back, last year in like June, I predicted that we were going to get a new Hyrule Warriors game that was set in the past of Tears of the Kingdom, that followed Zelda during the Imprisoning War. That had been my prediction at the time. And instead, we got Echoes of Wisdom. Instead of getting, instead of getting like an Oracle's remake, or that, an Age of Calamity, or whatever, we instead got Echoes of Wisdom. And I really like Echoes of Wisdom, so I wasn't too beat up about it. But Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment just makes sense. The idea that, you have this entire imprisoning war in the past, that you get a few cutscenes for, it just makes sense. I think it's a great idea. The question is, how canon is this game going to be? Because, Age of Calamity was not canon at all, because it dealt with time travel mumbo-jumbo. So is this game also going to deal with time travel mumbo-jumbo, so that way you can bring in Link, you can bring in the 4 champions, or is it going to try to stick to a more canon retelling of the Imprisoning War? Because that's what people want. Because, spoiler alert, people's biggest problem with Age of Calamity was that it was non-canon because you time travel and prevent the calamity. You basically undo the events that led up to Breath of the Wild. Which, to be fair, in the context of that game, I don't really mind, because it gave us, you know, more playable characters and more stuff to do. And you had some really fun cutscenes and interactions. But I get why people were pissed. But I kind of hope, no, this time they're going to stick with it. There's going to be no Link in this game, outside of, like, mentioning him in cutscenes. He's just not going to be in this game at all. Instead, it's Zelda, Raru, Sonya, and the 4 past champions, who I don't even know if they have names. They probably do, but I couldn't tell you what they are. Because guess what? They're nothing characters. So, you know, maybe giving them actual character traits. You know, seeing the Gerudo Sage filled with regret over, you know, it's partially her fault that Ganon's taking over the world. I hope they explore that. It's just a question of how far are they going to go. But even though I do not care for Musou games, Age of Calamity is one of the only exceptions. If you do not like warrior-style games, I'd say give it a shot. Honestly, if you don't, I'm sure there's a demo out there. Age of Calamity is like the one good Musou game, in my opinion. The original Hyrule Warriors is also fine, but I'm not a big fan of modern Musou games, I should say. Musou games in general. Because most modern Musou games suck, but Koei Tecmo puts everything into the Zelda ones. And they actually put out some decent games. Next up, they showed off GameCube. So we got to see the GameCube on Switch. The 3 launch games. It's going to be available at launch, so when the Switch 2 releases. And it's going to have Wind Waker, Soul Calibur 2, and F-Zero GX. Honestly, it's some decent launch titles. You know, Soul Calibur 2 is a classic. It's the game that featured Link. So I feel like that's actually pretty good. You know, I'm glad we're getting that. Wind Waker, admittedly, I don't care for the original Wind Waker anymore. If I'm being honest, I just don't really have a desire to play Wind Waker because of the Triforce Quest. And of the Swift Sail as well. But it's just that Triforce Quest at the end just kills me. And they fixed it in the Wii U version, but, you know, we're probably not getting that. Probably not. I don't know, anything's possible. And then F-Zero GX is, you know, it's a really expensive game from what I understand. A lot of the games they announced here are actually pretty expensive, and they're, like, very much, like, not scalpers, but they're, you know, collectors. People who, like, collect and resell video games charge a lot of money for these games. And so having them here, you know, being able to legitimately play Path of Radiance and not pay $500, it's pretty nice. Other games include Pokemon XD Gales of Darkness, Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Strikers, Chibi Robo. I have not played Chibi Robo in so long. It has been so long since we got a good Chibi Robo game. Well, since we got a Chibi Robo game in general, because, you know, Nintendo killed the series. But I'm going to play Chibi Robo again. And then Pokemon Coliseum. We're getting Luigi's Mansion. Bunch of great GameCube games. Of course, there are some that, you know, we still want. I'd love to see Eternal Darkness come back. Eternal Darkness is mostly been forgotten by the eons of time. But I feel like re-releasing it would help it a lot. Kirby Air Ride, of course, we're getting the new one, but, you know, I'd love online City Trial in the original, because I'm sure the new one's gonna have City Trial. It's gonna have an expanded City Trial, but give us the original anyways. Smash Melee, obviously, who doesn't love Smash Melee? Me, but, you know, they're gonna re-release it. Of course, people who play Melee are never going to play it, because it's not on a CRT, but, who cares? Twilight Princess, I know Twilight Princess is more associated with the Wii, and it's kind of, admittedly, it's less so the HD version. Like, yeah, the HD version is better, but I don't think it's as necessary as Wind Waker. But it'd be nice to see. Double Dash. You know, I admittedly have not played Double Dash in definitely over 10 years. I don't want to say 15. 15 feels like a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 15, though. Like 2010, that would not surprise me. But I'd love to play Double Dash again, because everyone always talks about how Double Dash is, like, the best Mario Kart game. But, you know, it doesn't really feel the love like some of the other ones do. Because it was on the GameCube. But yeah, I think GameCube, you know, that's great. They're also selling a GameCube controller. So in the same way they sold an NES, an SNES, and an N64 controller, they're going to be selling a GameCube controller. I know people have used it. Supposedly it feels just like a GameCube controller. You know, exactly how you'd want it to feel. So that's good. I don't know. If everything wasn't so fucking expensive, I would genuinely consider picking one up. Admittedly, I do still have my Smash Bros. U GameCube controller, and the plug-in is still gonna work, obviously. But I can see the wanting a wireless one. I get that. Next off, they showed off some more third-party games. Deltarune, I was blown away by this. Like, I kind of figured it was going to be here, but the fact that it is a launch day game with chapters 3 and 4 is crazy. The only thing that would make this crazier is if it was console exclusive. If for like 6 months to a year, it was console exclusive to Switch 2. That would be crazy. But no, it's all 4 chapters of Deltarune on Switch 2 on launch day. This is in 2017 when the original Switch came out. They re-released Shovel Knight, and they included the 3rd DLC, Spectre of Torment. This is that. They're re-releasing a classic indie game, but it's got the newest content, that being chapters 3 and 4. Admittedly, I'm not a big Deltarune guy. I played the first chapter. It was good, but I never played the second. Maybe this will finally get me back into it. You do have to pay for it, because originally, the original Deltarune Chapter 1 was free. I don't know if Chapter 2 was free. It might have been. You might have had to pay. But Toby Fox came out and said that it's going to cost $24.99. You'll get Chapters 1 through 4. And, of course, even if you're, like, buying it on PC, it's still going to cost $24.99. But it's a one-time payment. You are not going to have to pay additional money to get chapters. I think he said there's going to be 7 chapters. But yeah, chapters 5, 6, and 7. You are not going to have to pay additional money. If you buy chapters 1 through 4, when chapters 5, 6, and 7 come out, those will be included. So that is good. They talked about Borderlands 4. Fuck off, Randy. I don't need your Borderlands 4. Civilization 7. Civilization 7 is on Switch. I don't know how good it runs, but a Civilization game with mouse controls makes perfect sense. I think that'll work, obviously it'll work a lot better than controller. That's good. I think this is a good upgrade. It's an obvious upgrade, but it's just kind of like we gotta wait and see. What really matters for Civ 7 is it needs an expansion. Civ games, if you've ever played a Civ game before, they aren't good at launch. It usually takes an expansion or two for a Civ game to get good, and we're just not at that point yet. Civ 7 is just too new. It's not good, but it will be good eventually. We just kind of gotta get there, and as of this moment, we're just not there. So maybe I'll pick this up when an expansion comes out. We got WWE 2K and NBA 2K. I'm pretty sure NBA 2K was already on Switch. WWE 2K also makes sense. Like, yeah, that's a logical thing, Then that's the next thing. That makes sense. I get that. Will I play any of those? No, but I get it. Because there are some people who just buy PlayStations to play FIFA, Madden, 2K. Right? There are people who just play those 3 games. Oh, and Fortnite. Fortnite's also coming to Switch 2 on launch day. Because there are some people who only play Fortnite. We got that island game. I don't remember what that island game was called. You know, Grounded but Island. But this was when the stream crashed and everyone freaked out. Someone actually created a chart showing the viewership numbers of the stream. And you can see a point where it drops by like... It's like 300,000 users the moment the stream crashes. And the number never really recovers from that. So that's kind of crazy. I guess the UK version didn't have that crash. But yeah, it crashed. So there are some stuff we missed. Enter the Gungeon 2 was shown off. And it's in 3D now. That scares the shit out of me, man. 3D Enter the Gungeon sounds horrifying. I like Enter the Gungeon. I've put a lot of time on the Switch into Enter the Gungeon, but also never again. I just, you know, I was in, well, was I in high school? No, I had graduated high school. I must have been in college. I was in college when Enter the Gungeon came out. I put a lot of time into Enter the Gungeon, and I can't do it. That game drains my soul. But hey, it's cool they're getting a sequel. Maybe they'll pull me back in. We got Astroneer is getting a sequel. I feel like nobody's talking about this. But yeah, it looks like Astroneer. It's not called Astroneer. It's called something else. But it's got Astroneer in the subtitle. So presumably it's like a sequel or something. Astroneer is a fine game. It can be kind of grindy near the end. Especially when you're trying to complete everything. And I hate how little information it gives you. Like, it kind of sucks when you go to a new planet and you just don't know what resources that new planet needs. So then you got to go all the way back, go get the resources, drag them all the way back, and then you can get your teleporters. That kind of sucks. But Astroneer's fine. It's a decent game. Yeah, I don't know if I'd play it again anytime soon. But hey, you know, they're getting something, and nobody knows about it because it was during the crash. Cyberpunk is coming to Switch. This is another... Honestly, Cyberpunk has been redeemed in the eyes of the people, so I think this is actually a big get. And the fact that it's there on launch day is also pretty cool. I like that. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade... Still need to play Final Fantasy VII Remake. Is this what's finally going to get me to play it? Probably not, but you never know. But I know some people were excited for that. They showed off a highlight reel with a bunch of games, you know, some stuff from the Switch 1 Direct last week. But the one thing everybody actually cares about is Silksong. We got about 5 seconds of Silksong gameplay. People freaked out. But honestly, if you told me it was the same trailer we have been seeing since like 2021, I would 100% believe you. I can't tell the difference. They say, oh, Silksong is releasing this year. The one bit of info we got is it says Silksong 2025. Do I believe that? No. Because you got to remember, the last time we saw Silksong in 2021, 2022, Xbox said that it'd be releasing within 1 year's time. That whatever, basically, I think they said it'd be releasing by 2022. Spoiler alert, that didn't happen. And that was 3 to 4 years ago. Silksong was announced in like 2018, 2019. It has been years since they revealed Silksong. And nothing. So no, I am not... Sure, this is better than nothing, but I'm not getting my hopes up. You're a clown if you're getting your hopes up. But hey, if you're a clown, you know what that makes you? A Silksong fan. What did he? That's not the right song. March of the Gladiators. Insert March of the Gladiators here. When I do the edit for TikTok, I will put March of the Gladiators in there. Or at least the Trombone Champ version. Man, I love Trombone Champ. I love using that game's music. I use that for my end credit screens on the YouTube videos. God, I love that. But yeah, I'm not getting my hopes up. I am still 100% convinced that game was in development hell. And there is a non-zero chance that the game is bad. Listen, I lived through Sports Story. That game didn't turn out well. I do not have my hopes up. I know that makes me a Silksong denier, but I ain't calling y'all truthers either. Next up, so we got this trailer, and during the trailer, I was trying to place, what does this look like? What does this remind me of? You know, you see this guy in the chair, this woman stretches up to reach her hand, he's got this signal carved into his hand that looks like a vampire bite. And I was trying to figure out, like, what the fuck is this? The game I was thinking it was like, that I didn't realize other people pointed this out. Castlevania. This looks like a Castlevania game. Not the old school ones, one of the modern ones. And you know what? I could believe that. If you told me this was a Castlevania game just based on that first clip, I would totally believe you. You know, that's Alucard and everything. No. This is a new game from Software, directed by Miyazaki himself, called The Duskbloods. It is a Switch 2 exclusive game. My take on this is that, if you know behind the scenes, Sony and From Software made a deal for Demon's Souls. And basically they were very restricted on how this Demon's Souls deal worked. And as a result, From Software wasn't allowed to continue using the Demon's Souls license. So instead they had to create their new IP, which they called Dark Souls. And then even after all these issues with Sony, From Software went back to Sony and made another restrictive IP deal for Bloodborne. And even though people desperately want Bloodborne remastered, Bloodborne on PC, it hasn't happened because Sony has at least some exclusivity rights. And for some reason, they don't want to put it on PC, even though they're putting everything else on PC. So I'd like to hope that, you know, from what they put out a developer interview today from Miyazaki talking about this game. And basically he said that he had the idea for this game, approached Nintendo with the idea, and Nintendo said, yes, we'll let you make this game. Presumably they gave him some money. Basically, it's a Bayonetta 2 situation. If you don't know, the original Bayonetta released on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. It did okay, but when it came to making a sequel, Sega didn't want to give them the money. So instead, they approached Nintendo, and Nintendo gave them the money to make a sequel as long as they said yeah, as long as they made it exclusive. And I would not be surprised if the same thing happened here. Miyazaki approached Nintendo, pitching his brand new PvPvE game. It's an online multiplayer thing. And, you know, maybe, you know, the rest of From Software didn't want to do it. Maybe, you know, From Software isn't as... Even though people love Elden Ring and everything, maybe they're not as rich of a company as we give them credit for. And Nintendo said, yeah, we'll produce that, as long as you make it exclusive. Which, I just hope he's not being screwed over. I mean, getting screwed over by Sony twice fucking sucks. I hope that doesn't happen again. But yeah, so the big thing that everyone's stuck on is that even though this looks like Bloodborne 2, Bloodborne in all but name, this is an online multiplayer, player versus environment game. I know for some people that kills the game already. That they don't care about the PvPvE, that's not of interest to them. And I'll be honest, that does kind of kill some of my interest in the game. I know From Software is making that Night Reigns game, which comes out eventually, that is also PvE or PvP, I'm not entirely sure. So clearly one of people's big complaints with the Dark Souls franchise is that even though they have multiplayer, it's not exactly good multiplayer. So clearly, someone, Miyazaki, is coming in and being like, no, we're gonna do multiplayer right. And so I get some people being excited for that. I don't know if I am, but I understand why people would be. I don't know. After everything Miyazaki has done at From Software, I have faith that, if he's got a good idea, hopefully, that's a good idea. The fact that I can call him Miyazaki and you probably don't get confused with the other Miyazaki is kind of a good sign that he's at least doing something right. At least you probably don't get confused with Hayao Miyazaki, the Studio Ghibli one. Probably not. Admittedly, he's not as household of a name as Hayao Miyazaki is, but he's at least set himself apart as a voice, which in the game industry that matters, like our next game, Kirby Air Riders. After many a years, over 20 years, the game being critically panned, Kirby Air Riders, they're giving it another shot. Masahiro Sakurai, who has earned his, coveted position, his name, after working on Smash Bros. For years and years now, has finally been given a chance to make a new thing. And this is what he has chosen to do. And I hope it's everything he wants it to be. Kirby Air Riders is one of those games that, if I'm being completely honest, it's not exactly the best game in the world. It has an extremely high learning curve. Because the entire game is based around only a single button, that kind of causes a lot of problems, especially for new players. And if you don't know how to play Kirby Air Riders, you're not exactly gonna have a fun time. Yeah, it turns out bad control schemes are nothing new for Sakurai. Kid Icarus Uprising be damned. So there is a part of me that really hopes, if he's doing a new one, he's going to come in, he's going to fix all those issues, give the game a much better learning curve. Because if you can get over Kirby Air Ride's learning curve, it is an amazing game. But that learning curve is just so steep. It is so difficult to get over. Many people don't get over it. And I get it. I get it. But I'm excited for a new Kirby's Air Rider. I think it looks great. I know Masahiro Sakurai is going to put his whole thing into it. Hopefully the online is better this time. Hopefully he's got good online, unlike Smash Bros, which, ugh. I didn't say this earlier with the Nintendo Switch edition of games. I'm surprised we didn't get a Splatoon 3 with mouse controls, and I'm surprised we're not getting a Smash Bros. Admittedly, those might be announced later. Those can totally be announced later in the years. But I totally do expect those two games. Because while I do think we are getting a Splatoon 4, I think that's at least a year or two away, if not longer. But it's totally going to use mouse controls. But no, new Kirby Air Riders, cool. The game may have been critically panned, but it became a cult classic. And, maybe this will be more approachable, more accessible. That'd be nice. And then our last game of the Direct, Donkey Kong Bananza. We're getting a new Donkey Kong game, the first 3D Donkey Kong game in over 20 years. I want to say Donkey Kong 64 came out in 1999, so it's been almost 25 years at this point. Or I guess it's been over 25 years. That's a long time ago. And supposedly, allegedly, this is made by the team that did Mario Odyssey. We do not know that for sure. I guess at these Nintendo events, journalists have asked, and Nintendo has been, very coy about it. But it's Nintendo. They're always coy about this shit. But the big gimmick for this game is that, okay, you look at Breath of the Wild, and it was, hey, you see that mountain? You can climb it. Not only can you climb the mountain, you can climb everything in this game. This new Donkey Kong is taking the approach, hey, you see that hole? You can dig it. In fact, you can dig everything. Maybe not everything, obviously, but you can dig through the world. And I guess from people who have tested this game out, it remembers what you dig. So if you dig a hole through a mountain, the game's going to remember you dug that hole. You know, you can climb walls. You can use rocks to quickly break other rocks. It looks great. You know, I could tell it was a Donkey Kong because, well, yes, it looks good. It just, the art style is just slightly different than Mario Odyssey and, you know, other Mario games. But I think it looks good. I love the colors. I love the saturation. It's got some new, fun, creative characters. Would I love to see K. Rool again? Of course I would love to see K. Rool again. But I'm not going to be too beaten up over these new characters. I think there's a lot of fun to be had here. From people who have played it, they seem to like it so far. The only issue I've heard is, I guess, when you're digging underground, the camera can get real messy because, you know, it's trying to balance everything out. And I get that. That makes sense. But my biggest surprise with it, it comes out in July. You know, when you say, hey, the Mario Odyssey team is making a big 3D Donkey Kong game, my thought would be, oh, that's the holiday game. You know, Donkey Kong's so popular that when it came to Nintendo opening amusement parks, Donkey Kong was their second choice. So you would think, oh, this is their big holiday game. Nope. It comes out in July. I think there's a part of it that, you know, Nintendo's got this new console, and while they know Mario Kart's gonna sell, they need a big single-player game as well. You know, the Switch launched with Breath of the Wild, a big single-player game for everyone to sink their teeth into. And maybe that's what they thought they were... Like, sure, you've got Metroid Prime. And honestly, if you had told me Metroid Prime was coming out in July or August as their single-player game, I would totally believe you. But no, this is their July game. Comes out the middle of July. And I think that's crazy that we're getting it so soon. I would have thought that we weren't getting this for a long time. But nope, sure enough, June or July. Basically a month and a half after the console launches. And that's the big announcement they end on. And that's where they ended the Direct. And yeah, everything in that Direct I think is good. There are a lot of good things in that Direct. Sure, are there some issues? Did it suck that the Direct crashed? Yes. Is that stupid Nintendo World Tour thing kind of dumb? Yes. The fact that you have to pay for it. Are there some other issues? Totally. There are some other issues in there. But overall, I think it's a good Direct. If I had to give it a score, I'd probably give it like a 9 out of 10. The only thing that's really missing for me is I wish there had been at least one more first-party game. I really, yeah, there are some great third-party games in here. But when I play Nintendo, first-party is the first thing I care about. And sure, we got 5 first-party games in here. We got, I guess 5 or 6. We got Mario World, Super Mario Kart World. We got Dragon Drive. We got that World Tour game. We got Age of Imprisonment, which I'm counting as first party. We got Kirby Air Riders, and we got Donkey Kong Bananza. Great title. I don't know if I said that. Great title, by the way. Donkey Kong Bananza is a fantastic title. So that's 6 first party games, most of which are all coming out this year. Plus, you know, there's all the Nintendo Switch 1 stuff. So we do have a good cavalcade of Switch 1 and Switch 2 games. But I just feel like there was one thing missing. Just one thing. Like, I just wanted that one little bit more to really just push it over the edge. And I just feel like we didn't get that. But I think other than that, it was a good Direct. I'd give it like a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I did enjoy it. I think it was good. However, everything that came after the Direct immediately blew up in their faces. Because if you didn't notice, the one thing they didn't talk about in the Direct was the console's price. And, you know, maybe that was a mistake. So let's get into the news. And we're mostly going to be talking about stuff that happened afterwards. The Switch 2 Direct was a whole thing. I mean, we've literally been talking about it for for 2.5 hours. But since the Switch 2 Direct, we got a lot more information, stories that are still developing, because there's so much more that's happened. So we're going to talk about all of that right now. And then afterwards, I want to quickly talk about April Fool's Day, because that was this week. And I also want to talk about, CinemaCon. So I do want to do at least one non-video game story. So immediately after the Direct, when I watched the Direct live, they did not give a price. I just ended the stream because I had to go to work. On my way to work, I saw a tweet from Wario64 that was like, hey, here's the price point, $450. And I was like, okay, that's a little high. You know, a lot of people were predicting $400. That's a little higher than I'd want. But I get it. I think the $450 price point, while not great, I get it. Especially with all of Trump's tariffs, which, oh my god, we'll get to that. But I get the $450 price point. It's a little higher than I want, but completely understandable. At the start of the Direct stream, I predict the price point, and I mentioned that it's probably going to be right? People want it at $400, but it's probably going to be $450 because of Trump's tariffs. Even though, you know, it could potentially be a lot higher, we'll get to it. So I was not, $450, not a big surprise at all. Then, of course, a little while later, you know, I think they had already announced there was a Mario Kart bundle. We found out the bundle with Mario Kart is $500. So, in theory, that means Mario Kart's only $50 if you buy it with the bundle. Of course, that's a digital-only version. But, you know, that's not bad. Because I'm going to buy one of these, obviously. You know, this is not my job. This is my hobby. But I do want to switch to it. God, I want to play that Mario Kart. But I am going to try to buy the bundle. Because I know physical, digital, all that stuff. We'll talk about it. But I was going to buy Mario Kart digitally anyways. Because as I've gotten later on into gaming, later on into how I play games, I've come to the conclusion that when it's a game I'm going to play every day, I want it digitally. Games like Animal Crossing, Mario Kart, Splatoon, Smash Bros. I want those games digitally. So that way, you know, I don't have to go in and constantly swap out cartridges and whatnot. Whereas like single player games like the new Donkey Kong, I'm going to buy physically because I still believe in physical media. Let's put a pen in that. We'll talk about, you know, game key cards in a minute. So we get that information. And then as information starts trickling out, I guess in Europe or Japan, somewheres along the line, the information gets out that Mario Kart World is going to cost $80 digitally and $90 physically. I don't know where this came from, but ever since people heard it, they have been running with it. Since then, it has been confirmed that no, at least in the United States, it is $80 across the board. Whether you are buying Mario Kart World physically or digitally, it is $80. There is not it is not $90 for physical games. Anyone who says $90 for physical games is spreading misinformation. And you know, we've seen how easily misinformation spreads in the Trump era. I'm not surprised that 2 days in, people are still saying it. But no, games do not cost $90 yet. So we've got a list of Switch 2 games. We've got some prices. So what do we know? We know Mario Kart World is $80. We know the Kirby and the Forgotten Lands Enhanced Port, $80. We know Tears of the Kingdom, $80. And Mario Party Jamboree plus Jamboree TV is $80. So those are the 4 games we know are $80. The $70 games are Donkey Kong Bonanza and the Breath of the Wild Enhanced Edition. So those are each going to cost $70. The $60 game, at least at launch that we know about so far, is Street Fighter 6. And then the $40 game that we know about so far is the Bravely Default HD remake. So those are the games we know about. It's what? It's 8 games. We know about 8 games at 4 different price points. So what's going on here? How did this happen? The easiest way I can think of explaining this is by starting with Tears of the Kingdom. So, Switch games on the Switch 1 are $60. There are a few exceptions. They charge less for a Wario game. They charge less for other stuff. But for the most part, Switch games are $60. However, when Tears of the Kingdom came out, Nintendo revealed it as a deluxe Switch game. This is not the official branding they're using. They might have called it a premium Switch game. I don't remember the exact term they used. But basically, they said that because they have sunk more time, money, and production into Tears of the Kingdom, it's one of the biggest games Nintendo has ever made. As a result, they were giving it a deluxe price of $70. This was the first Nintendo Switch game to cost $70. So you had regular Switch games, your Mario Odysseys, your Pokémons, your Luigi's Mansion 2s for some reason, that were $60, and then you had this deluxe Switch game, Tears of the Kingdom, which was $70. So now we come to the Switch 2. All games are seemingly getting a $10 price increase. This is already something we've seen on PlayStation. God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Horizon Forbidden West are all now $70. $70 is the base price. And that's what it seems to be here on Switch. The new Donkey Kong Bonanza, $70. That is the new base price for video games. However, that idea of a Nintendo Switch Deluxe game hasn't gone away. So as a result, Mario Kart World is our next Nintendo Switch Deluxe game. And as a result, it costs $80. Because presumably they've put more time, more money, more production into this game. They're charging a more premium price. However, because we're jumping from one console where games cost $60 to a new console where a deluxe game costs $80, what Nintendo feels is a $10 increase from $70 to $80, like how the Switch was $60 to $70. Because we're jumping from one console generation to the other, it now feels like a $20 increase. That's how we got here. That's why Mario Kart World is $80. Yeah. That's why Mario Kart World is $80. Because Nintendo is treating this as their next deluxe game. But because they're not saying, sure, it is possible that in the Mario Kart Direct in a week or two, they announce that, hey, this is the next Nintendo Deluxe game. That's why we're charging $80 for it. Sure, that could totally be the truth, and they're going to say that eventually. But so far, they haven't said any of that, and they haven't put out an official response of any kind, which has just let people's imaginations run wild, which has gotten us into the scenario we currently are. Listening to Kit and Krista talk about it, they were like, oh, Nintendo is currently like in the war room crafting a statement, and whatever statement they craft is going to have to go all the way up to the head of the company in Japan. So that's why they haven't said anything yet. So that's the first real problem. Hopefully that helps explain why this is the way it is. That, you know, presumably all games are going to be $70, but maybe, I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, in the 8 years of the Switch's lifespan, was the only deluxe Switch game. So presumably these don't happen every year. That, you know, maybe every like 2 or 3 years we get the next deluxe game. So while Mario Kart costs a lot, every other game's gonna be 70. At least that's my hope. That is how I am thinking about it. I could be completely wrong here. I want to be clear. I could be completely wrong. But I think that is a possibility. Now, that does not mean I am defending these price points. We can talk about the $60 myth all day, night. We should actually maybe watch the Jimquisition on the $60 myth. If it wasn't for the fact that this stream's going to be 4 hours long, I would say we watch the Jimquisition on the $60 myth. That's your homework. Go watch the $60 myth about the Jimquisition and how, you know, people say that, oh, games have never gone up in price, even though, you know, inflation has. That's a lie. That's just a complete lie. I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, well, on the NES, games used to cost $100. Yeah, but things were so much different back then. It's apples and oranges at this point. It's completely different things. So I am not justifying this price point. I want to make that very clear. This is not me justifying the price point. This is just me trying to explain how I think we got here. Now, what about the other 3 games? Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, Tears of the Kingdom, and Mario Party Jamboree. Why are these games $80? Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is simple. They're still treating it like a Switch Deluxe game. It's got a $10 upgrade. The $70 game, $10 upgrade, puts it at us at $80. I think that is an easy explanation. That's why I think that one's 80. And that also explains why Breath of the Wild is 70. Because that was a $60 game, getting a $10 upgrade, which puts us at 70. But for Kirby and Mario Party Jamboree, the reason why I think these games are $80 and presumably are going to have a $20 upgrade, whereas, you know, these other games are only $10, is because they're not just HD upgrades. They're not just taking the Switch game and giving it HDR support, giving it 120 frames per second, but instead, these are DLCs. Mario Party Jamboree is, right, it's the upgrade to Switch 2, but it's also an upgrade adding brand new minigames, a brand new TV mode, a brand new roller coaster experience. It's not just an upgrade to HD. It's an entire DLC. Now, is Nintendo going to market it like that? I have no idea. But I feel like that's how they should do it. Right? I think they've already, by calling it an upgrade pack, I feel like they've already kind of screwed up. Because they should be marketing it as DLC. That, hey, this is Switch 2 exclusive DLC. $20 gets you all this new stuff. Same thing with Kirby. The part of me that hopes there is a lot more to this Kirby DLC is the fact that it's going to cost $20. That this isn't just a 4K HDR upgrade, but is instead a full-on DLC campaign. That's why I'm guessing they're charging $20 for it instead of $10. Because it's not just a normal upgrade. It's a full-on new campaign. At least that's the hope. Now, that doesn't solve everything. That's not the only problems. But I think that is the best possible explanation to how we got here. At least as of this moment. Because as of this moment, Nintendo has not put out an official statement. And for fuck's sake, they really do need to. Other price points we got, the Switch 2 Pro controller is going to be $79.99. Is that right? I think that's right. 70. So it's $80, which I want to say a normal Switch Pro controller is 70. So I think it's like a $10 upgrade. Maybe it might be a $20 upgrade, honestly. The Joy-Con 2s, $90, $89.99. I mean, sure, they got rid of the stupid IR camera, but clearly, they've thrown a bunch of other bullshit in here. It was inevitable. I'm gonna be honest. This was inevitable. The camera that you can plug into your Switch 2 on the top, that is $50. A new dock. So if you want to buy a second Switch 2 dock, that's gonna run you $109. I think the normal, originally when they released second Switch docks, I want to say those were $100. So this is what, like a $10 increase. And then at the end here, it says pre-orders open April 9th. That has changed. We will get to that. But that's the price for everything. There are a few asterisks and complications there, but we'll get to it. Next up, the next thing we got was the Switch 2 compatibility list. So far, Nintendo has been saying that a lot of Switch 2 games, or a lot of the Switch 2 is going to support a majority of the original Switch games. But they have said that there are several Switch 1 games that will not be playable on Switch 2. And there's been a lot of questions about, like, what is those games? Like, I've seen people throw out Nintendo Labo, Ring Fit Adventure is the other one I was looking for. I've seen people throw out those games. And no, Nintendo came out and said that, well, yes, the new Switch 2 Joy-Cons will not be usable in those games. If you hook up an original Switch Joy-Con to the Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Labo, you can play Ring Fit Adventure. I fully suspect Nintendo is making Ring Fit Adventure 2. I'd be amazed if they didn't, because that game sold over like 10 million copies and was one of the top 10 best-selling Switch games for years. That game did crazy well, so I'd be amazed if they weren't making a second one. My throat is so sore. I've been talking for so long now. So what are the non-compatible games? So if you can go and look at the list, and there's a giant list of non-compatible games that have issues. You can just Google this. But basically, they say they have issues, but those issues are being investigated. So in theory, some of these games on the non-compatible list, they are working to make them compatible in the future. I've seen some people say that this is bullshit, that the Switch 2 should have 100% compatibility rate, that no, this is dumb, fuck Nintendo for doing this. This is like the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck does not have 100% compatibility with Steam games. Why the fuck are we holding Nintendo to a different standard? Not that I'm saying, they should or they shouldn't. I just want to point out the hypocrisy here. But yes, Nintendo says, these issues are being investigated. Because this isn't just, the Switch 1 can play Switch 2 games. I guess in a developer interview, it's like a whole new system. I'm not saying it's like emulation, but they kind of had to reinvent the wheel. It's not like the PS3. Where, it's basically impossible to play PS3 games. But yeah, it's not just straight up, the Switch can play Switch 2 games. Or the Switch 2 can play Switch 1 games. There's like a whole behind-the-scenes process going on. With a lot of bullshit that I can't even begin to explain. But what are the non-compatible games? Some of the ones that stood out to me, the Mega Man Legacy Collection. I'm actually kind of surprised that one isn't compatible. Steven Universe Save the Light. Totally get why that's not compatible. I totally get that one. Alan Wake Remastered. Okay. And again, I could totally see the developers of Alan Wake being like, we're working with Nintendo to fix whatever boot up issue there is. And that list changing. And then the last one that I want to point out, Fall Guys. Yeah, the Switch version of Fall Guys does not run on Switch 2. Presumably they're going to, if there's a Switch 2 version of Fortnite, presumably there will be a Switch 2 version of Fall Guys. Will that get me to play Fall Guys again? Probably not. I loved that game, but I'm probably never going back. So those are just some of the games. There's a whole list. You can go Google it. It's not actually like that long. And again, they say these issues are being investigated, so this could change at any time. So the next thing to piss people off is game key cards. So how this is explained is Nintendo Switch 2 will have game key cards. Game key cards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, the game key card is your key to download the full game to your system via the internet. So what the fuck does that mean? Basically, you buy a Switch 2 game, certain Switch 2 games. The only ones we know about so far are Bravely Default and Street Fighter 6, 2 launch games. But the game themselves is not on the card. The card that you put into the Switch does not have the game. Instead, it just has a key. So in theory, you pop in, Bravely Default HD, and it will start downloading that game off of the internet. And as long as you have that key in your system, you are able to play that game. Is this basically just advanced DRM? Yeah, kind of. But it does have one implication. Now this, as far as I know, has not been confirmed by Nintendo. Again, they put out a statement. Their statement's kind of confusing. They have given no follow-up. In theory, with these game key cards, let's say I buy Bravely Default, I put it in my system, I download it off the internet, and I play it. I beat the game. Oh, woo, I had such a great time with it. Hey, my friend heard me talking about it and wants to play it. Now I can give them my copy of Bravely Default with the game key card. They can put it in their Switch, and their Switch will start downloading the game and be able to play it. In theory, this is online digital gaming, kind of like what they were doing with the virtual card thing. But you will be able to share digital games. Sure, will I not be able to play it because I no longer have the digital key card? Yes. But my friend who does have this digital key card will be able to play that game. So in theory, this is game sharing. And that is a pro-consumer thing, kind of. I mean, it's at least better than the current system, where when you buy a Switch 1 game with a digital download, only you can access that digital download. At least in theory, this is a little better. Nah, I'm not doing Union. We're just shiny hunting. I'm not doing Union Circle tonight. But yeah, so in theory, this would allow you to share digital games. Now, this has not been 100% confirmed. Nintendo has not come out and confirmed that, yes, 100% this is how it works. In theory, this is how this works. Which, I like, in theory, this is not the worst thing in the world. And I know people will say, well, what about one day when the Switch 2 servers go offline and you no longer can download the game? Or what about, what if someone doesn't have internet? Because, the US government says the internet is not a necessity, even though in the modern world it 100% it is, because that's how they've restructured the whole world. But that's an argument for another world. Listen, we're already going to be shitting on the US government enough today. We can save that topic for another day. So those are genuinely real concerns, and I'm kind of surprised that they couldn't fit Street Fighter 6 and Bravely Default HD on Switch 2 game cards. Especially because we know there is a digital edition or a physical edition of Cyberpunk 2077. That on these 64 gigabyte SD cards, they were able to fit the entirety of Cyberpunk 2077, but we can't do Bravely Default and Street Fighter? I don't know. What the fuck is that, Nintendo? Capcom, Square Enix, what the fuck is that? I don't know. This is one of those things that I don't think it's as bad as people are making it out to be. Again, misinformation is a son of a bitch. But it's still, I see people's complaints about this are valid. But I don't think it's as big of an issue as some people are making it out to be. Because this has already been a thing. For basically as long as the Switch has existed, they have sold physical versions of digital games. This is just, now, instead of having just like a download code in the box, this time it's going to have like an actual game cartridge. So it's a little better in theory. I don't know. The physical games that, where you buy a physical box game and it just comes with a download code has always been kind of scummy to me. Next up, we have the Switch 2's UI. So they did not show off the UI during the Direct. We got to see it afterwards. Spoiler alert, it's the same as the Switch. Sure, does it look a little rounder? Did they change the icons? Yes. But other than that, it's the same fucking thing we've already had 4 years now. For 8 years, we've been using the same black and white UI that people are just sick of. It lacks charm, it lacks personality, and guess what? It's back. It's going to be the exact same thing we had before, and that kind of sucks. I still do think it is possible we can get themes that, well, yes, they want a minimalistic design. I could see us getting some basic bitch-ass minimalistic themes. Not like, I know some people are like, oh, like imagine like animated themes, or imagine something more like the PS5. Like, sure, they're not going to do that because they want this thing to be minimal, but we could get, some basic textures, some folders. They could do more than just the bare minimum. I still think the idea of a Mario theme, a Zelda theme, an Animal Crossing theme, a Splatoon theme, and a Pikmin theme, I still think that makes perfect sense. It's just, will Nintendo do it, and are they going to charge money for it? Spoiler alert, they're probably going to charge money for it. But it's one of those things that, like, if they were going to do it, you would have figured they would have talked about it here, and instead they kind of just threw the UI onto the website, because clearly they knew people were going to be annoyed with it. And, like, I get it. They want, Nintendo as a developer, they want the UI to load quickly, so that way, there's not long load times between, like, entering and exiting games. I get that's what they want, but people want themes. They want menu music. Come on, you can do that. Whatever. We also got to look at the new eShop. It's different. It's not like a full... The hope is that it loads better. I don't know if you've used the eShop recently. The eShop fucking sucks. It loads so slowly. It takes forever to navigate down pages. Videos don't load on it. It's a mess. It's basically just an internet browser shop, and it's awful. This one is addressing at least the loading issues. It looks like it loads a lot faster. The videos seem to have no issues. Does that mean the problem's solved? No. No, it does not. I still think because originally when the eShop launched on the Switch, it didn't have some of those issues. Those issues came over time as they added more and more games to the eShop. The same thing is totally possible here. We're just kind of going to have to wait and see. But it looks a little better, but hey, guess what? Still no music. You could literally just play the Wii Shop music, and everyone would be like, okay, thanks, Nintendo. Sure, would they like something original? Yes. But they don't need it. Next up, we found out they're going to do free upgrades for select Nintendo Switch games. So while some Switch games are getting enhanced editions on Switch 2, some games are just getting basic upgrades that, they may improve performance, they may add some support features like game share, but they're all just going to be basic bitch-ass upgrades. Games that are getting it, ARMS, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, Mario Odyssey, Super Mario 3D World, Clubhouse Games 51, Link's Awakening, Echoes of Wisdom, Game Builder Garage, New Super Mario Bros. U, Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, and Big Brain Academy. So presumably, like, these aren't like fully enhanced editions. But, you know, because the Switch 2 has more processing power, it has more RAM and whatnot, presumably the games are just going to run better. So, like, if you're playing Link's... Like, everyone always complains about how laggy Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom are. Personally, I've never really had a problem with it. Like, it's never bothered me. But for some people, that just kills the game for them. But presumably, because of the new Switch's hardware power, that's going to be less of an issue. So, you know, for people who want to give those games a shot without all the lag, hopefully this solves the problem. While Scarlet and Violet aren't going to look any better, presumably they're going to run better. You know, you'll be able to go over to, like, Castleroy Lake, and the game will run at better than, like, 10 frames a second. That'd be pretty nice. So that's the hope. We already have seen some of these upgrades are working pretty well. In the Breath of the Wild one, they went to the forest, and they showed off the forest area, and there's like no lag. Whereas if you play the Switch version, that area lags pretty bad. Switch 2 version, not an issue whatsoever. So I know that's a more dedicated upgrade, but still, it's good they're making some of these upgrades. Still no Splatoon 3, but I fully expect that to get an enhanced edition. Same thing with Smash Bros. Next up, Nvidia came out. Okay, Nintendo, during all their like events and whatnot, people ask them about DLSS. Because, you know, there were people who were worried that the Switch 2 wasn't going to have HDR, that Nintendo didn't even know what HDR was. And you know what? Fair point. So, you know, with Nvidia, there was the question of, hey, you're using an Nvidia chip, are you going to have DLSS? And, you know, there's also that AI upscaling. Admittedly, I don't know about the AI upscaling thing, but there was, are you going to have DLSS? Is the Switch 2 going to have ray tracing? Because in theory, with the chipset they're using, that is possible. And Nintendo, during these events, confirmed that yes, the Switch 2 is going to have DLSS. It's going to have ray tracing. But they were very, like, vague about it. Like, they wouldn't say what games support it, what it happens, what it does. They were very vague about it. And that kind of has me worried, but at least they've said, yes, it is there. And then Nvidia came out and put out their own statement, also confirming that the Switch 2 will have DLSS. They're still very vague about it, but at least we know it is there. And then that brings us to today. So we knew the Switch 2 pre-orders were happening April 9th. A week from the Direct showcase. We found out about the price. There was a whole thing. So Nintendo did 2 days of Treehouse events. And the entire time those Treehouse events were running, people were in the chat just telling Nintendo to drop the price. For like 4 hours. It was non-stop, just drop the price. And you know what? I don't blame them. Again, I think people voting with their wallets and not buying it is going to make a bigger statement. I mean, I'm not one of those people, but, you know, that's going to make a bigger statement, obviously. But Nintendo's obviously heard you. Nintendo knows that you want them to drop the price. But on the same day as the Nintendo Direct, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, came out on what he called Liberation Day. And on Liberation Day, he was going to announce all of his tariffs. Because, you know, Trump has put tariffs on China, he's put tariffs on Mexico, he's put tariffs on Canada, he's put tariffs on the United Kingdom. But Liberation Day was him putting tariffs on every other country on the planet, including uninhabited islands. Now, I don't want to go into the whole tariffs thing. Just know these are tanking the economy. We are on the verge of a recession right now. Like, it hasn't happened yet, but all it's going to take is one bad day, or that bad day has already happened and we're kind of doomed. The economy's fucked. The US economy is completely fucked. Trump has destroyed the economy. These tariffs, you know, he says, like, if you listen to Trump's cult followers, they'll tell you that, no, these are a good thing. That, you know, we'll be paying, that Trump is going to eliminate taxes by using tariffs. That's not what's happening here. At no point has Trump said he's going to eliminate taxes. These people are in a cult, and they believe whatever the cult leader says. When we do inevitably enter a recession, Trump is going to blame it on Biden. And these people are just going to believe it because, you know, they're in a cult. They do whatever the leader says. It's classic cult behavior. But so Trump fucked the economy, and guess what? As part of this absolute bum fucking of the economy, Nintendo is included in that. So when they announced that the Switch 2 was going to cost $450, my first thought was, oh, it's the Trump tariffs. That because Trump is putting in these tariffs, Nintendo has to increase the price of the console. And that's also maybe why the games are increased. That, you know, because in theory, Nintendo should actually have to charge more for the console than $450, but instead they can push that money onto the games, charge more for the games, which means they have to charge less for the console. In theory, that's potentially what happened. I'm not saying that is what happened, but, you know, that's a possibility. Someone made a tweet that was the picture of the shooter with the Trump assassination, and it was the one where, you know, the bullet hits him, he moves his head just 15 degrees, and the bullet misses him. And the one where the bullet hits him, it says $499, and the one where the bullet misses, it says $700. And yeah, that's basically what happened. Because, so it came out this morning that even though the Switch 2 pre-orders were supposed to happen next week, Tamor Hussein over at GameSpot put out a statement. And it's statement from Nintendo. Pre-orders for the Switch 2 in the US will not start April 9th, 2025. In order to assess the potential impact of tariffs and evolving market conditions, Nintendo will update the timing at a later date. The launch date of June 5th, 2025 is unchanged. Because the reason this is happening is that Nintendo does a lot of their manufacturing in Vietnam. And and that's been a more recent thing. And as part of this manufacturing, or as part of the tariffs, Trump put a 46% tariff on the country of Vietnam. Now, if you market all that together, the Switch's current price, manufacturing, the tariffs, if this goes how Trump wants it to go, because again, his real goal is to destroy the economy. I want to make that very clear. Trump's not trying to save us. He's trying to destroy us. That's very intentional on his part. If this goes the way Trump wants it to, the Switch 2, as a byproduct of this, will, in theory, cost up to $700. Because of how tariffs work, that it's not those countries paying the tariffs, it is instead the companies, you know, local US companies. In this case, it'd be Nintendo of America, which is, again, Nintendo's a Japanese company, but Nintendo of America is based in Seattle. Because of how all that works, the Switch 2 could potentially cost $700 paying for the tariffs. Now, of course, Trump has been fickle with his tariffs in the past. You know, the second Canada issued some retaliatory tariffs. Trump backed away for a little bit, and then he came back, and then he backed away. We're playing chicken with the economy, and eventually that chicken is going to be hit by a truck. And that's when we get a recession or a depression. You know, Trump's about to fuck us all here. But yeah, that's why this is happening. Yeah, I know some people are like, keep politics out of video games. This is political. You cannot talk about the Switch 2 now. And its price. If you want to talk about how expensive the Switch 2 is, you have to bring up politics. Nintendo themselves, in their statement, has connected the two. You cannot say, oh, keep politics out of video games, because this is directly political. If Trump was not the president, this would not be happening. I want to make that 100% clear. This is entirely Trump's fault. This is his doing. Of course, it's going to fuck over everything else as well. Oh, you thought $600 was a lot for a PS4 Pro? That fucker's about to be $1,000. Okay, maybe not that high, but it's still going to be a lot. Every sector of the industry is completely fucked now. And that's just electronics. Food's going to go up, lumber's going to go up. Everything is complete. Trump's destroying the economy. We are entering a recession. I hate to be that guy, but we're entering a recession. Trump has completely fucked up everything. And people voted for him because they wanted cheaper eggs. And now they wanted cheaper eggs and gas. And guess what? Eggs are now $12 for 12 eggs. Fuck, man. We're fucked. This is the end of the country. I know we made the joke about the final 4th of July last year. And, sure, this upcoming one isn't going to be the final one. But we're getting pretty close. We're fucked. I don't want us to be fucked. I want to make myself very clear. I do not want us to be fucked. But Trump and Musk, his pee-pee, his precious Elon pee-pee, are destroying this country. There's no other way around it. But hey, Elon Musk lost in Wisconsin because he can go fuck himself. So that's where we're at. We don't know what the new price... Is there going to be a new price? Is Trump going to roll back some of these tariffs? And Nintendo's going to kind of squeak themselves in? Because I don't know, supposedly, there are warehouses in America already filled with Nintendo Switches. Because Nintendo has supposedly been manufacturing this console for a year now. And supposedly, those already exist. But how is this going to play into anything? We don't know. Of course we don't know. I've seen some people say that no, this can't entirely be the tariffs' fault. Because if this was just because of Trump's tariffs, that the Switch cost $450 instead of $400, why does it cost $450 in Canada? Why does it, equivalency price. Why does it cost that much in Europe? And I think the reason it does is because Nintendo's if we're going to take a hit in America because we're going to have to charge more, then people will just, buy a Switch in other countries. They'll buy a Switch in Europe, they'll pay less money, and then they'll just take it to the US. Basically, they'll, how people want to, smuggle those Mexican China cars into America because they're really nice electric cars that are a lot cheaper. Basically, they do that for the Switch too, and Nintendo doesn't want that, so they're just going to charge $450 for everything. At least that's my understanding of economics. Again, let's not talk about it anymore. We're fucked. We're so fucked. I started saving for a Switch 2 in September of 2023 because I was hopeful that it was going to come out in, September, October of 2024. So luckily, I already have enough money for the Switch 2 saved up. Even at, the $450, $80 per game, I already have enough money for a Switch 2. I've actually had it for a while now. Admittedly, I spent some of it to buy a Nintendo Alarmo, but I've since, replaced that, put that back. So, this is something I've been saving for forever. So I'm not worried about it. Again, assuming the entire economy doesn't completely collapse and, we have to start paying the water baron to get water. And, we have to fight against the Mr. Beast resistance as he kills freedom fighters in North Carolina or wherever the fuck. Assuming we're not that far gone. We'll just have to see. Okay, let's get away from politics and let's talk about April Fool's Day. Because, God, we've been going for 3 hours and we're definitely hitting 4. Because we still got to talk about a Minecraft movie. April Fool's Day, April Fool's Day can be fun. I know some people fucking hate April Fool's Day. I get it. But College Humor did a video, and I talk about this every year. College Humor did a video about how April Fool's Day isn't actually that bad, and the corporatization of April Fool's Day, I mean, it could be worse. And I kind of agree with them on that. So, what were some actual fun stuff on April Fool's Day? Hey, guess what? Another developer announced turning their game into a dating sim. Yep, we're getting a Pal World dating sim. Wow, that does not surprise me at all. I mean, have you seen some of those PAL designs? That's not a big shocker at all. Reddit did a thing with their April Fool's Day joke. So, in the past, Reddit did the block play, r/place, where it was, you place one block at a time. People really liked that. This year, they made, like, a block game where you were, like, on a team and you were trying to eliminate blocks from other teams. I admittedly do not remember what it was called. And once you click on, like, a bomb block, you get eliminated. What the fuck this was, I have no idea. I played it. I have no idea what the fuck was going on. Like, I was on the pink team, and I made a circle of pink blocks, and it did nothing. Sometimes you'd click on a block, and it would be orange, and it'd be like, okay, well, you clicked on this orange block. Can you do anything to it? Can you, like, attack it? Nope. Nothing whatsoever. Eventually, it might be like a Minesweeper thing, but I still don't know. I thought there would be, like, other people playing, because they talk about all these, like, these 4 other teams and other people, so you think there would be, like, other people playing. But no, it was just a giant empty board. But eventually, you hit the ban block, you get banned, and then it takes you to, like, second chance, where now you're, instead of playing on the green grid, you're playing on the red grid. And by that point, I was like, I have no idea what the fuck's going on, and so I just stopped playing. I was excited to, participate in another place or something like that this year, because that's always fun. But nah, that's not what happened. KFC teamed up with his Melee and did a KFC themed toothpaste. It was a real toothpaste that, you could go buy. I didn't buy it, fuck that. But I know some people did. I don't know, his Melee is that toothpaste brand that, like, they do, like, the fun flavors. They do, like, red velvet. And I've talked about my problems with toothpaste in the past, and his Melee doesn't seem that bad. But also, I don't know. I just don't like mint. What can I say? Dr. Pepper announced a collaboration with Tic Tacs. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's an April Fool's Day joke. Hey, 24 hours later, guess what? It's a real thing. I'm kind of surprised this wasn't already a real thing. The people who make Avatar: The Last Airbender, they did a banana onion water that, they gave it out to influencers. And it was real interesting to see this played out. Because the first one I saw was Danny Mata. He tries it. He fucking hates it. Because it's a joke product. But then you see people like Nikhil Clayton who tries it and loves it. And is like, hey, if they actually sold this, I would buy this. And then so they started like, oh, Danny Mata called out Nikhil and it became a whole thing. But yeah, that was, that was like the one thing I like distinctly remember happening that day. I was like, okay. And then finally, it wouldn't be an April Fool's Day without Minecraft. Minecraft puts more effort into their April Fool's Day updates than they do anything else in the game. And they have had some legendary April Fool's Day updates. This year's update, they turned Minecraft into a roguelite. Basically, they called it Craft Mine, where you had this craft miner where you would go up to this block, you would put certain objects in this block, and it would generate mines. And then you could go explore those mines to get new resources, to get new upgrades, and they turned it into a roguelite. Sure, you could make new worlds in these new dimensions, but there were a bunch of like randomization factors. You know, you could kind of choose how you did things. I honestly, like every April Fool's Day update, I could see Mojang taking this and making a Minecraft roguelite. Not like not their Minecraft Dungeons, not like that save the overworld bullshit. I could genuinely see a Minecraft roguelite where, you know, you're spawning into different worlds, you collect different resources in the different world, eventually working towards a boss. I think that could be a lot of fun. Like, there's a good idea in there somewheres. But, of course, this is just a one-off thing that Mojang used all their resources for to slap together. But, hey, we got a baby gas this year, so how much am I going to complain? I don't know, it's always a lot of fun to see YouTubers mess around with it. You know, I remember seeing people speedrun the one block challenge and that being a lot of fun. The Infinite Portals was a lot of good. So yeah, that was April Fool's Day. I'll be honest, it's usually underwhelming every year. But hey, Minecraft had some fun with it. That's kind of all I could ask for. Really, the only reason the April Fool's Day segment is on here is because I wanted to talk about that Minecraft thing. It's not because I have much to say about it, but because it's a tradition at this point. Next up, we got CinemaCon. So CinemaCon is a big, you know, movie showcase where they come out, they show a bunch of new movie trailers, a bunch of updates on existing movies. So we got some updates from CinemaCon that ran this weekend. I'm not going to highlight everything, but I at least want to talk about a few things. We got Beyond the Spider-Verse. I guess we got our first screenshots of Beyond the Spider-Verse. This was a movie that I was fully not expecting until like 2029. No, it's actually coming out in like 2 years. They're aiming for 2027. I guess they showed some footage at CinemaCon. Of course, because these are in panels, it's all behind closed doors. We don't actually see what it looks like. But we got some screenshots and whatnot. They're doing new stuff with the animation style. Once again, they're changing the game. God, I want this movie to be good. The first Spider-Verse is amazing, one of the best movies. The second one somehow lived up to it and made a movie just as good. I want the third one to bring it all together, but God, am I worried. But honestly, this is the most reassured I've been in a long time. Speaking of Spider-Man, we got information on the brand new Spider-Man, the new Tom Holland movie. It's called Spider-Man Brand New Day. Presumably so in the comics, after the events of One More Day, one of the worst comics in all time, they did Brand New Day, which was like, hey, this is Peter going back out there. He's got his secret identity again. He's no longer with MJ. Now he's going to discover himself again. And, people still fucking hate Spider-Man 20 years later. We found out some information about the Spider-Man comics and what's going on with Venom this week. Man, I fucking hate Spider-Man comics. I mean, the Ultimate Universe is good, but other than that, Spider-Man comics fucking suck. I mean, I guess it could have been worse. It could have been Paul. But fuck, man, MJ is Venom? Like, come on. Oh my God, Marvel, you fucking suck. Like, it's crazy that the movies were so good for so long, because the comics fucking suck. Marvel, God, I feel so bad for people who are, like, genuine comic readers, because as someone who's not, oh my gosh. Being a comic reader fucking sucks. More stuff. They announced we got a casting for a Beatles biopic. They're going to be doing a Beatles movie. But they're not just doing one Beatles movie. They're doing 4. Each member of the Beatles is getting their own movie. They're going to come out in like 2028. So this is what, 3 years away? But basically they're coming out in April of 2028. And the idea, as I understand it, is that basically every week we're gonna get a different Beatles movie. So the first movie is gonna be about George. The second movie's going to be about Ringo. The third one's going to be about Paul. And the fourth one's going to be about John. And, you know, presumably they'll cover everything. They'll go through the entire band's lifespan. And honestly, can I be honest? I've seen a lot of people talk shit about this. And yes, I get it. But on the other hand, I kind of am interested. I think the idea of, like, basically they're turning a Beatles biopic movie into a TV miniseries. But I don't hate that idea. Especially if they, like, if it's just 4 different versions of the same story, that would kind of suck. But if it's the same story every week, you know, from the inception of the band all the way to, you know, John Lennon's death and everything, I think this genuinely could be good and interesting. Yes, you know, I know movies are expensive. I know people don't want to go to theaters. This probably isn't going to help. But the idea of, you know, going to see a new Beatles movie every week to get the entire story over 4 weeks and not having to wait, you know, 6 months to a year between movies, I think there's something there. Admittedly, yes, I am biased towards cinemas, even though I don't want to be. But I get it. They're Coyote versus Acme, you know, that movie that Warner Brothers canceled, that they completely fucked over, that was finished, that was supposedly really good. Well, the studio that saved the movie the day the Earth blew up, which admittedly, yes, I did admittedly not see, and I know that's my fault, but they saved Coyote versus Acme. Catch Up Entertainment saved the movie. We are going to see Coyote versus Acme, and it comes out next year. And yes, I will go see it. I know I didn't see The Day the Earth Blew Up. I know I should have, but instead I saw the stupid fucking Minecraft movie. But I will go see this. You know, this one is far more note, and sometimes it's about, you know, sending a statement. People don't do it for the money. It's about sending a statement. We got a trailer for the new Five Nights at Freddy's movie. It looks decent, you know. Hopefully they're moving out of the restaurant. We see, you know, the robots going to people's houses. The designs look great. Right out, you know, the first movie had great designs right out of the game. The toy animatronics here look fantastic. Pulled directly out of the game. The Mangle one, I think, is great. We see little glimpses of all the other ones. We haven't seen any of the Withers. Presumably they'll be here. But yeah, everything we've seen about the FNAF movie looks good. We got an extended Superman trailer, which I actually did not see this. This was originally shown at CinemaCon, and then they released it online like 2 or 3 days later. But I actually saw this before the Minecraft movie, because the Minecraft movie is also Warner Brothers. So before this, they showed the extended trailer. We get to see an extended, you know, that clip in the first trailer where, you know, Superman tells Crypto, like, take me home. We get to see that trailer. Crypto takes him home. They go to the Fortress of Solitude. The robots are there. I can't remember their names. And they put, you know, Kal-El in front of a yellow sunbeam and heal him up. Yeah, it looks good. Other than that, you know, there were a few new shots. We get a better look at, like, Mr. Terrific and whatnot. But for the most part, it's just, you know, the same trailer we've seen before. But yeah, I'm very excited for Superman. God, do I want a good Superman movie. Yes, we've gotten some good Superman shows, but I want a good movie. Please, just this once. And finally, there was this whole, like, films on the first day of CinemaCon. We got this whole film slate, which, it's interesting looking at this film slate, how many of these movies are sequels, spin-offs, or attached to already existing franchises. I think, honestly, looking at this list of movies, the only original movie that is not attached to anything else, no book, no movie, no television show, or anything like that, is Hoppers, which is the Pixar movie about a girl turning into, like, a beaver, or becoming a robot beaver. I'm not entirely sure, like, it might just be Avatar with beavers, but that's it. That's the one new thing we got. Other than that, the rest of this list is Avengers Doomsday, Spider-Man Brand New Day, Moana 3, a Masters of the Universe movie, again, Scream 7, yeah, Street Fighter, Super Mario Bros. 2, The Odyssey, directed by Christopher Nolan, Shrek 5, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, or not, no, wait, Sunrise on the Reaping, not wrong movie, Jumanji 3, Mandalorian and Grogu. They're making a fucking Mega Minions movie. Fuck, man. Clayface, Ice Age 6, The Hunt for Gollum, a Lord of the Rings movie, Supergirl, Toy Story 5, Project Hail Mary, you know, the Andy Weir book, and then Fast X. Almost everything in there is an adaptation of a movie or a TV show. Right? Because, like, Mandalorian and Grogu and Masters of the Universe, those are TV show adaptations. A lot of those are sequels, you know, Shrek 5, Ice Age 6. 2 video game adaptations, which Super Mario Brothers is a sequel, but Street Fighter is a video game adaptation. And then there are 3 books. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is based on a book, which it was interesting to find out. So, I guess Robert Downey Jr. was going to play Poseidon in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. But because of Avengers Doomsday, he's not going to be in that movie. And Tom Holland, meanwhile, is not going to be in Avengers Doomsday because he's filming The Odyssey. So that kind of I think that explains a lot, actually. Like, that makes things make a lot more sense. And presumably they're filming the new Spider-Man after The Odyssey wraps. Probably, anyways. But so we got Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Sunrise on the Reaping is obviously based on the new Hunger Games book that we'll probably talk about today. And then Project Hail Mary is based off of Andy Weir's book, which I'm actually kind of interested in that one. I have owned the audiobook for Project Hail Mary for years now. It and Station 11 have always been on my radar, and I've just never listened to them. I really do need to listen to those two. And I want to be clear, I have the original Project Hail Mary, not the new one. But yeah, other than that, you know, it's just sequel. Admittedly, yes. Am I interested in some of those movies? Yes, I'm interested in Supergirl, Clayface. I'm sure the Mario movie, obviously, Doomsday, right? Stuff like that. Like, yes, I am interested in some of those sequels. But, you know, it just kind of shows you where we are as the film industry. So that's CinemaCon. Yeah, what did you expect? There's a bunch of other stuff that came out. I guess they showed off the female Silver Surfer, but we haven't seen any footage of that. They showed off a few other things, but not like Zootopia 2, which I think comes out later this year. They got like footage of that. You know, they're adapting the abortion comic. We'll see how that goes. Alright, let's get into WIBE. God, my throat is killing me. I do not know if we're gonna have time for everything today. So let's just kind of... God, I hate speedrunning some of this shit. But let's just speedrun some of this shit, shall we? We got 2 food things real quick. Daredevil, and then we'll get Minecraft movie, Hunger Games. I don't know how much we're gonna talk about the Hunger Games. Okay, food thing, number 1. Little Caesars Pizza released a pretzel pizza. This is not the first time they've done it. I don't even think this is the first time they've done it stuffed crust. I love Little Caesars pretzel pizza. For some reason, it takes me back to when I graduated high school. Like, I think, like, when I graduated high school, me and my friends went and got Little Caesars pretzel pizzas, and we just kind of sat at, like, a park and ate them. And that's just a very fond memory of mine. So, I will always have a positive connotation with them. And yeah, I had one, and oh my god, it was amazing. Yes, they're very salty. Yes, I do recommend getting the cheese sauce over the pizza sauce. But fuck, man, they're so good. I loved it. The other food thing is, I was just drinking it earlier. Sonic Burger has a new, like, twisted berry slush or whatever. Not even a slush. It's a Sprite with strawberry pieces and cream. And I'll be honest, it wasn't that great. They might have given me I would not be surprised if they gave me a diet Sprite. And that's half of my problem with it, because it just kind of tasted off. Maybe the cream was giving me that taste. The strawberry pieces kept getting stuck in the straw. It was nothing that special. I was not too impressed with it. If I'm being completely honest, I was kind of disappointed. I also did try, they have a new chicken sandwich. Kind of reminded me of like a Wendy's chicken sandwich. One of their cheap ones. Like, you know, like if you buy like a cheap like $1 Wendy's chicken sandwich, they're like $4 nowadays. But if you buy like a cheap Wendy's chicken sandwich, kind of tasted like a Sonic chicken sandwich, which is not actually a bad thing. Maybe the one I had was just good. It was the like exception, but I actually didn't think it was that bad. I have definitely had far more worse chicken sandwiches, especially at Wendy's. So yeah, I tried that. I think that's the only food things. I know Popeyes is going big into pickles. They have a pickle lemonade, fried pickles, pickle drenched chicken sandwich. I do want to try it, but the only Popeyes is like the other side of town, and I don't want to go to the other side of town, so I didn't try it, but maybe next week. Alright, let's talk Daredevil. We have 3 episodes of Daredevil because we didn't talk about it last week. Admittedly, I thought the show was only 6 episodes long, because last week I only saw episode 5, so I thought the show was only 6 episodes. So episode 5 is all about Daredevil goes to the bank to get a loan. But in the, you know, it's St. Patrick's Day, the person he's working with at the bank is Kamala Khan's dad. Which, I'm going to be honest, did we need this crossover? No. But I do like Kamala Khan's dad. I know people didn't watch the Marvels. But for no reason whatsoever, Kamala Khan's parents and brothers is in that movie. And they are great comedic relief. I really do like those characters. So much more than I do in the comics. So seeing Kamala Khan's dad show up here, Yusuf? Seeing him here, I was like, oh, that's really cool. You know, he has his daughter's Funko Pop on his desk. I really like that. And then the bank is at St. Patrick's Day. A bunch of Irish bank robbers come in. They rob the bank. Of course, you know, since Kamala Khan's dad is the assistant manager and the manager's not there, they take him down. Matt Murdock has to, you know, use him being blind and them not knowing what he is to, you know, get around the bank. He saves Kamala Khan's dad, and in the process, they find out they're looking for, like, this diamond. And then in the end, you know, the day is saved, not thanks to the help of the police. Matt Murdock is able to, you know, get the diamond, catch, because they had an inside man, able to catch them, save Kamala Khan's dad. And while he doesn't get the loan, he does offer to, you know, hey, why don't you come over, meet my family, meet my daughter. Presumably this is setting something up in the future. I don't know. But, you know, they set up Kamala Khan's in California, presumably for Ant-Man's daughter. Right, Ant-Man takes place in San Francisco. So presumably her and Hawkeye are looking for what's her, not rescue. I can't remember what Cassie Lang's superhero name is. But presumably that's what that's... Presumably this is all setting up Young Avengers. And, you know, maybe Daredevil's going to be in Young Avengers. I don't know, but I liked this episode. I'll be honest, I could see some people would call it filler. Especially because, you know, we're 5 episodes in, and outside of the first 10 minutes of the first episode, Matt has not worn the Daredevil costume, and I could get why some people would be mad at that, but I honestly did like this one. You know, I like Charlie Cox. I like the dad, Kamala Khan's dad. So yeah, having those 2 characters, that was all good. I think that all worked. Episode 6, finally we're getting to Muse. I was wondering what was... Because, like, they had set up Muse, but they had done nothing with him. So finally, you know, people discover that the Muse paintings are made with blood. White Tiger's niece wants to... Right, is suspecting that something's going on. She goes to Matt Murdock for help because she doesn't trust the police. Obviously, the police killed her uncle. Makes perfect sense. He says, you know, oh, you know, give it to the professionals, you know, somebody else will do something about it. Meanwhile, Matt Matt Murdock's girlfriend. Is her name Heather? She is, she wants to write a book about superheroes and vigilantes. And I was like, oh, I can see that creating tension. Oh, boy, you better believe I can see that problem creating in the future. But eventually, meanwhile, Kingpin's creating his, like, anti-vigilante task force made up of all the cops who idolize the Punisher. God, I cannot wait for the Punisher to come back. I hope the Punisher takes on this anti-vigilante task force. That they, like, see him coming and they're like, our hero is here. Someone who finally, speaks to us. And he just fucking kills them all. Oh my God. I know that's not going to happen, but God, I can see that happening. But, clearly Kingpin's laying into the whole all cops are bastards. He takes the most corrupt cops and, basically lets them do whatever they want. Meanwhile, the girl gets kidnapped. Matt goes after the girl, finds her in the sewers, saves her from Muse. We get a good fight scene with Muse. At least I liked it. But in the end, Muse is able to get away, but Matt saves the girl. Her heart stops for a moment, but she's able to save her in the end. And for a moment, I was like, what the fuck? Because, again, I thought there were only 6 episodes this season. Because they released episode 5 and 6 on the same day. I think the reason they did that is because, people would see 5 as filler, so they wanted to put 6 in there to, give them actually putting him in the costume. I'm assuming that's why they did it. But, that final... If that's where it had ended at episode 5... Because between the Muse fight, we also see Kingpin with Adam, the guy Vanessa cheated on him with. And he, beats the shit out of him. I don't think he kills him. But, he beats him within an inch of his life. And it's really well... they cut back and forth between the two. And it all feels really impactful. And so I do like that. And then, so that was last week. This week's episode 7, they're hunting down Muse. There's now Kingpin knows that Daredevil is back, and he wants to catch Muse before Daredevil does. Meanwhile, Matt's girlfriend Heather knows he's hiding something from her. Vanessa is meeting up with the mobsters with the failed heist. And at the end of the episode with the Kingpin stuff, she sends the Italian mob, or the Irish mobster, Italian, whatever. She sends him to kill Kingpin, but I don't know if that was a setup or not. I don't know if they had, planned for him to die, or if she was, trying to kill her husband and he just failed. I admittedly do not know where they're going with that. But, Matt's looking for Muse. His cop guy that he works with is like, no, you can't be back in the costume. I'm not going to help you do this. The partner at the law firm starting to suspect things. They talk to the girl and try to get information from her. Because, people know that Daredevil saved her. So this all culminates with the therapist. And, she's bringing in her patient. And so in, the first or second episode of the show, you see the therapist is doing a book signing. And this weird, creepy, school shooter guy comes up to her. And is like, oh, I love your book so much. Even though he's giving off, the guy from the opening of The Sixth Sense vibes. She's like, oh, yeah, I'll take you on as a patient. But then immediately after that happens, the Kingpin second in command comes in. And you immediately get distracted by that. Because, that sets up the whole marriage counseling thing. So I kind of forgot about that guy. But then you see him walk in this episode, and I'm like, oh, that's the school shooter guy from the first episode. Oh, he's fucking Muse, isn't it? Because I was kind of wondering, who is Muse gonna be? Is he somebody... Because I know he's not that, Trump guy who's working for Kingpin, one of Elon Musk's Gooner boys. But I was like, Muse is probably somebody... So when I recognized the kid, I was like, okay, that makes sense. I know he's not a kid, but he just gives those vibes. He eventually reveals himself as Muse, and that for his next big portrait, he's going to kill because, he looks up to Heather. Heather's the one that, revealed his true self as Muse. And so he goes to kill Heather. Daredevil comes in, fights him, and then in the end, Heather shoots and kills Muse. I'll be honest, I kind of wanted a little bit more from Muse. Because in the comics, from what I've been told, I have not read these comics. Because Muse is a more recent character. But from what I know, he has like this whole superpower that he's like undetectable. Like he's able to like hide and like he doesn't give off any presence. I would have liked to see them do something with that. Like they do when he's telling his backstory to the therapist. They kind of make mention that he can do that, like he goes unnoticed most of his life, and that through his art he's finally being noticed. So like they kind of make like hint that like there's something there, but now he's dead, so it doesn't matter anymore. I'm not gonna say they wasted Muse, but I feel like they could have done a little more with him. I know this is kicking off the whole Kingpin's the main villain at the end of the day. This is clearly kicking off the conflict between the two, right? Because Matt's now Daredevil again. Kingpin knows. He started this whole vigilante task force. He's taking credit for, killing Muse. That, he's trying to pretend Daredevil never existed. But, I don't know. I felt like they could have done more with Muse. I do like at the end with, Heather's in the hospital and, her first thing is like, oh, I killed that guy. And then, Matt's trying to like comfort her and then they see on the TV he takes credit for it. And then the episode ends with, the failed assassination attempt on Kingpin. I think it's a fine episode. It definitely has that tension. I was eating food when he was cutting into her arm, and that was definitely a mistake. But other than that, I do not know if the show is actually, like, good. Like, I think it's fine, but it keeps me wanting to come back every week. So it's at least doing something right. Which is more than I can say about our next thing. I saw the Minecraft movie. I'm just gonna say right now, full spoilers ahead. If you do not want to get spoiled by this movie that came out today, okay, that's your prerogative. I get it. Do I recommend this movie? No, of fucking course I don't. Is this movie bad? Yes, it is bad. Is it, what would I give it on out of 10? I'd probably give it like a 4 out of 10. But here's the thing. This movie is bad. The Minecraft movie is bad. But it's not boring. That was my biggest fear going into a Minecraft movie. Is that it was just going to be so fucking generic and boring. And even though it's only like an hour and 40 minutes, it was going to feel like 3 hours. That was my biggest fear. Having actually watched the movie, outside of some bits early on, I was not bored. I was entertained. It's bad. Don't get me wrong. It is definitely a bad, generic, tropey movie with horrible writing, some bad actors, and just a shit show of a message. But I was at least entertained. I'm not going to say it's so bad it's good, because it's not good. But it at least wasn't boring. If it had been boring, God, just kill me. But it wasn't boring. It was just bad. And that's kind of the most I could have asked for. Was I entertained? Did I laugh a few times? Sure. Sure I did. But it was bad. So things about the Minecraft movie. I think the actors are not great. The only actors I think are doing okay are Jack Black and Jason Momoa. I think they're both giving, bad performances. Whether that's a script thing or just them having terrible direction, I'm not entirely sure. But, at least Jack Black and his flint and steel, chicken jockey, the nether. I at least found that entertaining. Kind of in a, like, you know how you find, like, Tommy was so interesting? No, I did not hit her. I did not. It's kind of that same thing. Yes, is Jack Black a better actor than Tommy Wiseau? Yes. But if you just watch this movie, you would not know that. Well, okay, you'd probably still be able to tell, but yeah, no. This is not a so bad it's good movie. It's got elements of it for sure. And as, you know, a fan of Minecraft, I'm definitely, if you've never played Minecraft and you're a parent whose kids play Minecraft and you've never played it and you're just taking your kids there, this might be miserable for you. But as, you know, a fan of Minecraft, I could at least get something out of it. But no, it's Jack Black's whatever. Same thing with Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa is not an amazing actor, but he's entertaining, right? Fast X has a bunch of problems. Jason Momoa is not one of them. He knows what kind of movie that is, and he's entertaining. And I would kind of say the same thing here, but he kind of does a whole, like, liar revealed story where he steals the cube and he's out for money. And it just kind of makes him a lot more unlikable than he probably should be. Because, like, we all know he's a loser. But I at least want him to be a little bit more likable, right? I don't want Garrett Bobby Ferguson. And they gave us Garrett Bobby Ferguson. But all the other actors, the kid who plays, I think his name is Henry. But half the time in the movie they call him Hank. They basically switch back and forth between calling him Henry and Hank. The kid who plays Henry in this movie is fucking awful. Because, you know, he's basically the main character. Him and Jack Black. And when the whole liar reveal things happens, and he has to be mad at Jason Momoa, he just doesn't have him in it. He just don't got it. So he's fucking awful. The sister's a little better, but not much. They just don't give her enough to do. Same thing with the realtor. I don't remember any of these characters' names. I think the girl is Natalie. I know Jack. I know Steve, and I don't remember the girl, the black girl. I do not remember her character's name. I don't know the actress's name, obviously. Same thing. She just doesn't have anything to work with. She doesn't do much in the movie. So, overall, yeah, no, I don't think the actors really have anything that good. The plot, I know a lot of people were like, oh, is it a Minecraft isekai? It's not. The movie starts off with an exposition dump. If you know anything about screenwriting, like, one of the number one rules is never open your movie up with like a, hey, I'm Joe. You're probably wondering how I got here. That's exactly how this movie opens. It starts off with like, I'm Steve, and this is the overworld. As a kid, I yearned for the mines, but I was told no. It basically, the opening is basically the opening of Stardew Valley, minus the grandpa. That, you know, Jack Black wanted adventure as a kid. He was told no. He got a boring office job. He got bored. So he went out into the mines and discovered Minecraft instead of Stardew Valley. It's basically the same thing, though. Meanwhile, they're doing, you know what movie I can compare this to? Goosebumps. Also with Jack Black, weirdly enough. If you saw the Goosebumps movie in, 2017, it was a movie where, it's about this loser kid who moves into this new town, and, he's just trying to make a name for himself. He doesn't want to be a loser. But then, Goosebumps stories are real. Wacky adventures ensue. Romance story. Admittedly, this doesn't have a romance story. But other than that, it's basically the same thing. Like, Henry's going to a school, and then he builds a fucking jetpack for no reason. And, it makes everyone pissed at him after, it gets sabotaged. Meanwhile, the sister's, because they're in Idaho, she's the social media manager for the chip company. And it goes nowheres. I get it. The sister cares about the brother now that the parents are dead. They've inherited their, grandfather's house or whatever. Again, Stardew Valley. And then they find the Minecraft world. They all end up there. They get trapped there. You know, you get all your Minecraft scenes. There's a... Oh my god. The scene... Okay, so there were 2 scenes that broke me. The first one is... So it's all been bad up until this point. You know, all the Jack Blackisms, all the dumb story moments. But Jack Black is explaining the backstory of the villain. It's not Magalore, but it's like Morgoon or something like that. Who's this evil piglin. And basically, he explains that, oh, you know, she was creative. She was a dancer. And she went on Nether's Got Talent. And that was the first moment that broke me. Where I was like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, again, it's not boring. It's just bad. But, you know, we get her... Because the basic plot structure is that, you know, the overworld is a land full of creativity. Where anything you want can be made real. Meanwhile, the Nether is filled with greedy pigs who want nothing but gold. And they want to take over the overworld because it's got gold. Basically, it's trying to do what the Lego movie did, but without any of the style, substance, creativity, charm, good writing, or anything else that made the Lego movie actually interesting. This movie just reeks as a soulless husk, just thrown together to build off-brand recognition. And it's fucking miserable. It's not boring, but it is bad. And then, so that's the first moment. Oh, there's a whole subplot in this movie where the principal at the school is dating a villager. Like, a villager goes through the portal and she hits him with her car. Very clearly product placement. And then they go on a date and their waiter is Jeb. And the date... That, I'll be honest, there were like 4 scenes with the villager date. They probably could have cut it down to 3. But I'd be lying if I said the last one didn't get a laugh out of me. I guess I just wasn't expecting it. But yeah, the last one did actually get a laugh out of me. That's one of the laughs I do remember. But you know, the plot, they break the crystal, they have to go get a new one. They go to the woodland mansion. They're being chased down by the piglins. Bunch of Minecraft references. There's some music numbers in the movie. Like, they play some of the Minecraft music. But of course, if you're gonna get half of Tenacious D, you're gonna have them play some songs. And Jack Black has like 2 or 3 songs. This is where you get the whole lie revealed bullshit, because the garbage man wants diamonds. But eventually they get to the woodland mansion. The guy goes and finds the crystal. Meanwhile, Chicken Jockey, as they're trying to escape, the garbage man guy dies. They're like trapped on a bridge surrounded by explosives. And the garbage man sacrifices himself to save Henry. But you find out, no, he actually survived. He water bucket clutched. So eventually Henry and Jack Black are saved by the girls. And this is where we get the line, we're gonna mine. We're gonna craft. We are Minecraft. That's the second moment that killed me. Like, fuck, man. I remember when the FNAF movie was coming out, and people were like, Freddy, you go left. Bonnie, you go right. Chica, you just be Chica. Together, we are FNAF. And, you know, people was making fun of the FNAF movie for that, even though that is not a line in the movie at all or anything like that. The Minecraft movie did that legitimately. They genuinely did that. Like, the movie is stupid. And there is an element of the movie that knows that, yes, this movie is fucking stupid, and we're just gonna embrace it. It's kind of trying to do that, like, post-ironic thing, that, like, oh, we're stupid, but we know we're stupid, so that makes us good. No, it just makes you stupid. Like, fuck. Fuck, man. Ugh. I should have been using this face the entire time. I just... Again, it's just bad. It's not boring. And there are so many worse movies than this. Like, if you told me, oh, you've got to either watch the Minecraft movie again, or you've got to watch, I don't know, fucking Beverly Hills Chihuahua. Like, if I was given, $100 let's say I had a day where I was given $100 to watch the Minecraft movie every time and see how many times I could see it in a single day, I would probably make like $1,000. Because, yeah, like, is this better than like a Beverly Hills Chihuahua? Or what's another? Is this better than Snow White? Probably not, but they're both pretty bad. Is this the worst movie I've seen all year? No. You know, the original example I was looking for, The Electric State. If I had to choose between seeing the Minecraft movie again or seeing The Electric State, I'd watch this movie again. Like, this is not the worst movie I've seen this year. Because that one is bad, but it's also just fucking boring. This movie's bad, but at least I was kind of entertained. So yeah, the movie's a fucking mess. The climax, I wasn't really invested in. I don't know, they do some dumb shit. Jack Black in the diamond armor looks exactly as bad as you'd expect it to. And then the movie ends with Jack Black deciding to go back to the normal world. And then, spoiler alert again. Okay, so at the end of the movie, they use what they see in the Minecraft world to make a video game. And it's like, okay, they're gonna make a Minecraft video game about their Minecraft world. No, they make like a beat 'em up, and I get it connects to the whole Garbage Man story, but it's still dumb. And then there is a post-credit scene that is Steve goes back to his old house looking for his stuff in the attic, and the person who now owns his house is named Alex. When I heard that this movie had a post-credit scene, I was like, there are two options. It's Alex or it's the Ender Dragon. Because if this movie does well, which it's probably going to do, sadly, they're probably going to make a second one. And when they make a second one, it's going to be Alex, Steve, and the Ender Dragon. Like, that's where you go. There is an Enderman in this movie. If you've seen that meme of Jason Momoa with, like, you were supposed to be a hero, Brian. Oh, I think I like that name. That's in the movie. Not those lines, but the whole Jason Momoa with white glowing eyes. That is a scene in the movie when they fight the Enderman. That totally... You were supposed to be a hero, Brian. That happens. But no, so they set up Alex for the next one. They don't actually cast an actress, like you don't see her face or anything. But, you know, this movie is going to do well. Because Minecraft fans. But no, this is a bad movie. I do not recommend seeing it. I know you're going to see it regardless, because, Minecraft nostalgia owns our souls. Everyone likes their 2-week Minecraft moment. And, there's some good nostalgia in there. I like the Technoblade tribute. The movie opens with Steve's monologue, and it does the classic, loading, generating world, and you see, the box as it gets filled in. I like those details, and how Steve is because it's not the Minecraft movie, it's a Minecraft movie. Because this is just one story in the world of Minecraft. That's kind of what they're going for here. And I guess they do achieve that, but it's a mess. It is a mess of a movie. If you have a choice, if you have a choice to show your kids a movie, and you're going to show them the Minecraft movie, don't. Just show them the Lego movie. Everything the Minecraft movie does, the Lego movie does better. And you know what? Show them the sequel. The Lego movie sequel does not get nearly enough credit. I love the Lego movie sequel. Sure, is it taking some risks? Do they all pay off? Should it have been a musical? I don't know. But it does some very interesting, very good stuff. Especially in, a post-punk, hope-core world. I really like some of its messaging, and the Lego Movie 2 flopped at the box office. It doesn't get nearly enough credit, but it is a good movie. Show your kids the Lego movies. They are so much better. And, if you're going to show your kid an ad for something, get them into Lego. Oh my god, that's so much better. I know it's more expensive, but it's just a better movie. It's such a good movie that it doesn't even feel like a product placement. Whereas this one definitely does. So that's the Minecraft movie. And with that, we're fucking at the 4-hour mark. We have been... I sent... usually my longest stream every year is the Game of the Year. Usually we spend 4 hours doing Game of the Year. But hey, I knew the stream was going to take 4 hours, and here we are. And it has been almost an hour since we found our last Applin. Seriously, it has been almost an hour since we saw the last shiny Applin. I don't know why this is taking so long. And I'm going to have to go do the Poliwhirls another day. Fuck, man. We got a lot of shiny hunting in our future. Alright, so let's, real quick, I'm going to talk about Sunrise on the Reaping. I'm going to go less spoilers on this one. But, okay, so people for years now have wanted a Hunger Games about Haymitch. Haymitch has this backstory. You get it in Catching Fire. People have wanted Haymitch's backstory, like, as a book. I have always kind of been, not against it, but I feel like doing Haymitch's Hunger Games kind of undermines the point of the Hunger Games. Kind of like when they made Squid Games into a reality TV show. Like, the whole purpose of the Squid Games show, the show Squid Games, is that Squid Games is bad and this is exploitation under capitalism. And then when you just make Squid Games an actual show, that kind of undoes the purpose of it. Same thing with the Hunger Games. The Hunger Games is about how the Hunger Games are bad. And I feel like half the people who watched or read the Hunger Games and then want a Haymitch movie just want it for the spectacle of it being, hey, we get to see Haymitch's games. Isn't that so cool? Let's see how he brutally murders his fellow contestants. Like, it kind of misses the point that, the Hunger Games is exploitation under, post-capitalist systems. Like, because that's what it feels like for me. At least, I would say as an outsider looking in, I'm totally in the Hunger Games. Not like the fandom or anything. But, I've read all the books. Okay, I haven't read Battle of Songbirds and Snakes. But I've seen all the movies. I've done the whole gambit. So I just kind of felt like Haymitch Games kind of misses the point. Now, having actually read the book, I don't think it's that. The book is still very clearly aware that the Hunger Games are bad and their exploitation, and Haymitch spins the book trying to, undermine and destroy the Hunger Games. Like, I get that. So the book itself is not that bad. I do feel like if you're going to do a Hunger Games prequel, it at least addresses some of this stuff. But I feel like the reason we got this book is kind of inherently flawed. But I did enjoy it. There's this Hunger Games book, having not read Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, because I kind of felt like that one was also unnecessary for kind of similar but slightly different reasons. This one, the first Hunger Games, well, I know it's in the YA it kicked off YA dystopia. It kind of falls along other, young adult books like Percy Jackson, like Harry Potter, that were, widely influential on developing children and kind of shaped fandoms. Well, I know the Hunger Games books have always kind of worked like that. The first Hunger Games, I think, is genuinely like a work of art. I would put it on the same pedestal as, like, Cormac McCarthy's The Road, or The Handmaid's Tale, or third example here, Watchmen. Sure, let's go with that. I genuinely think the first Hunger Games is, like, genuinely a masterpiece, a work of high art, something that should be in the canon. Whereas the sequels, while good, fall into that more like, oh, this is like Percy Jackson, this is like Harry Potter, like we're doing sequels. And while that was probably not the intention, at least at first, definitely that's where we are now, and you kind of can't escape that. And that's kind of where I feel like this book exists. Like, yeah, we're doing more Hunger Games, not because there's a story to tell, but because, fandoms and whatnot. And I kind of... The movies kind of fall into the same gambit, because I genuinely stand by the first Hunger Games movie is fantastic. I think Jennifer Lawrence, I know we hate her as an actress. I don't, but I know people do. I genuinely stand by. She does a great job in those movies. And they're perfect adaptations because, you know, Susan Collins was a film TV writer before she wrote books. So she was able to greatly adapt the story. But yeah, the actual plot of the story, you know, it's Haymitch, it's the 50th Games. He kind of gets tricked into going into the Hunger Games, kind of. Because, you know, there's been this theory, conspiracy theory, that the Hunger Games are rigged. That the Capitol intentionally selects people who are, you know, rebels and vagrants, outlaws, adventurers. And I don't always believe that theory, but there is definitely some evidence towards that. And this book, the way Haymitch gets into the games, kind of leads up to that. You know, he's got a girl he loves, Lenore Dove, and, you know, he tries to save her. Not volunteering to take her place, but, like, she gets in trouble, and so he, you know, tries to save her from the Peacekeepers, and in the process, he ends up getting picked, because the guy who did get picked is dead. And then he gets to the Capitol, and his tutors are Mags, from Catching Fire, and Wyrus, who had just won the previous Hunger Games. So that was a good, you know, it's good seeing those characters. Plutarch Heavensby, the game maker from the second book, who's, you know, important in the rebellion in the third book, he's in this. And, you know, you kind of see that, you know, him working within the rebellion. Beatty's in this as, like, you know, because his son is in the Hunger Games, which I get. His son is 12 in this book. How old is Beatty? Because I kind of figured Beatty and Wyrus and Haymitch were all kind of around the same age. But it seems like Beatty might be, like, 20 years older, which maybe the actor was older and whatnot. Maybe he was described as older in the book, but I legitimately don't remember that at all. But, you know, Beatty's son is in the games, and Beatty, his name is, like, Ampere, and Haymitch are trying to, like, undermine the games. There's this whole idea of, like, rebellion. One of the things I do like that they bring up, this is later in the book, they bring up this idea of creating a poster. Basically, while you're in the arena, you create a poster, which is something you show to the Capitol that speaks out against the Hunger Games. And I don't think this has been brought up in any of the previous books, but they give it a name here, and I kind of like that, because, like, examples of posters are in the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. There's that one guy who, like, lines up all the dead bodies and is like, "This is your doing." That's a poster. When in the original Hunger Games, when Katniss surrounds Rue in flowers, that's a poster. So I like this idea. That's one of the good things they do bring up in this book. You know, it's something that's been in the previous ones, but they give it a name in this one. And I don't hate that, you know, calling it a poster. You know, poster of rebellion. But yeah, there are some interesting moments, some interesting scenes. So I've actually been rereading Catching Fire, which I was going to talk about, but we probably don't have time. Because the second we're getting this apple in, we're ending. Probably. But, I've been rereading Catching Fire after I finished the original. After I finished Sunrise on the Reaping, I started rereading Catching Fire, listening to the audiobook, admittedly. And while listening to it, I forgot how much of Haymitch's games they actually explained. Like, I remembered them explaining how Haymitch's games end with the, shield, with the shield and the axe. No, they actually explain, like, a good chunk of his games. Of course, in reading the book, it's completely retextualized. And they do actually explain why it's retextualized. Like, they do actually give a whole explanation. But yeah, no, I was kind of surprised, because I didn't remember anything from Catching Fire. They actually explained a lot more about Haymitch's games than I originally remembered. Yeah. But yeah, no, Sunrise is a fine book. It kind of reminds me of, like, one of the later Percy Jacksons, like, you know, Mark of Athena or Son of Neptune. Even though I do like both of those books, and I do like this one. But it kind of, like, you can tell, like, there's something that's just not there anymore. There's a sort of, like, You know, we've done this adventure before, we've seen the story, and now it's just kind of missing something. Because, you know, we've not been there, done that. But it kind of, I don't want to say undermines itself, but it's just missing something. What I would want to see from another, if they're going to keep doing these, which they might, if we do get more Hunger Games, what I would want to see is I want someone outside of the games looking in. I know that was kind of what Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is, and I'm probably going to read Ballads of Songbirds and Snakes, so maybe, you know, once I read that, I'll be like, oh no, this is exactly what I want. But what I'm thinking about is I want a book, maybe from one of the other, we always focus on District 12, do one of the other districts. And I want a book, yep, there it is. I want a book about someone from like District 8. And they're just watching, they don't go into the arena, maybe they're 18, and they're just at home watching the games. And we get to see how people react to the games themselves. Because, you know, we know like Hamage or Katniss, or like Hamage and Katniss's mom, Prim, they're watching the games, but I would love to see like some of their reactions. Like, how does the world around the Hunger Games work? I'd even be fine with like a book about one of the mentors and we see like behind the scenes. I think that would also be good. All right, we got all 5 of the Applins. Let's just clear out this camp and then we'll call it. Well, let me reset real quick. But no, I think that's what I want. I want like, you, because one of the characters that's in this book, I don't remember his name, but he's a gambler. Like, his whole character trait is that he knows the odds and he can bet on certain things. And I think that's an interesting idea for a character, but I would like to see that outside of the Hunger Games. How, like, because they mention that, you know, people in the districts bet on the Hunger Games. You know, they try to make money off the death of children. Like, that's a very strong statement. And I would like to see that. Like, they mention it happens, and they mention some of the repercussions of it, but, like, let me actually see it. But I think that would make sense. I think a behind the scenes where, you know, you're one of the mentors, and, you know, they're sending 2 kids into the Hunger Games, and, you know, we've never heard of these kids before, so we don't know if they live or die. And you're just kind of like, you're with them as the mentor, you're watching the games and you're stressed out for them. You're trying, like, you're watching, like, raise sponsor money for them to, you know, get them the supplies they need. That would be interesting. And I'd want it to be like either way, I want it to be a bunch of unnamed, like, people we don't know. Because I don't want to know whether or not the kid dies. Like, I knew the moment you go into Hamage's games, you know how it's going to end. And that would be like, oh, if we got like Mag's story in the 11th Hunger Games, or if we got Beatty's story, like, we know how those stories end. And that's kind of the inherent flaw of like doing some of these prequels, is you know how the story's going to end. And while I know it's more about the journey and not, it's more about the journey and not the destination, it still kind of undercuts things, especially rereading Catching Fire. Like, if I had reread Catching Fire before Sunrise on the Reaping, I probably would have been a little bit more disappointed in this book. Because I forgot, like, if you know that book and Hamage's story well enough, there's a lot less surprises in here. Whereas for me, someone who only remembered the ending, I had a lot more surprises and there were a lot more details there. So yeah, man, that was the Hunger Games. You know, it's kept me busy these past few weeks. But, you know, I did it. I do need to read Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I do own a copy now. I didn't before. Because I've seen the movie, but I never... And we talked about it in a previous season of the old podcast. We talked about Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes when it released. Might have even been an episode title. And, like, I thought the movie was fine. And yeah, this is fine. And I know they're making a movie about this. Like we read earlier on the CinemaCon thing. It comes out in like 2 years. And sure, will I probably watch that when it comes out? Yeah, probably. I actually wanted to... my original plan was, instead of rereading Catching Fire, I was just going to rewatch the movie, but it's not on any of the streaming services. From what I can tell, none of the Hunger Games movies are on any of the streaming services. And I don't know why. Why are those not on anything? Because I would have rewatched all of them. Admittedly, I don't know if I ever saw Mockingjay Part 2. I was kind of over it by that point, and breaking up the last book into 2 movies kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. So I don't know if I actually... I read the book. I know for sure I read the book, but I didn't watch the movie. So, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about these things. Alright, I guess that takes us to the outro. You know, let's look at the reapings of our rewards or whatever. This was a long stream. I knew this was going to be a 4-hour stream. Guess what? It was a 4-hour stream. Exactly as I predicted. But we got 4 Swaddles, 1 Poliwag, and 5 Applins. We got most of what we wanted. Of course, I'm going to have to go back and get another 3 Poliwags, which sounds like a nightmare. But yeah, we basically did everything I wanted, so that was nice. Okay, again, we didn't get the Poliwags. But hey, I talked about everything I wanted. My throat hurts so bad right now. I ran out of water like an hour ago, and sure, I could have gotten more, but nah. And that drink was not... Again, that Sonic drink did not impress me. But yeah, whatever. So we still have more... There's still 2 more sets of shiny Pokemon to go get. So, I gotta go get more Sligoos and whatnot. So we'll probably do that next week. Probably. Maybe. Is that... I don't remember. But yeah, I think this was a pretty successful stream. So, we'll be back next week with that. And whatever else, happens with the Nintendo Switch 2. Because we're not done yet. We are far from over. So with that, I hope you all enjoyed. Stay tuned for more. Until next time, peace.